Good morning, Podcampers. No sessions yet. You got about a half an hour, so just forward your feed if you're not live. So we'll see you in the main room.
mean? I thought I was just going to be talking to myself.
No.
Well, it is
At least
early.
I'm here. It is early.
Yeah, so people will probably be. Yeah, that's right. It's not even 10 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay, good. I'm going to sit down.
Relax.
Yeah, I'm going to chillax. Hey, I'm Denise.
Hi, Denise. Amanda.
Nice to meet you,
Same.
Amanda.
Did you go to Chatham?
No.
I saw your name
saw
on the
me.
website, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, I wonder if she went there.
No. Did you?
Yeah, I did.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I went to Carlisle.
Oh.
Yeah, that other school, you know.
But it's the same, man.
Exactly.
Same style.
Yeah. Well, that's so cool. Yeah, I'm a member of the. Well, I gotta renew my membership.
Well, you're on the website, so.
Yeah, I'm still on the website. Yay! So yeah, I was selected as member of the month, and all that was required was that I answer all the correct answers for the quiz that they gave us. So.
Yeah. Interesting. Interesting that's the threshold there.
Right. It wasn't like, because we were like, oh my Lord, you're member of the month. I'm like, I just answered the right.
Cool.
But I'll take it.
Yeah, they just did their Score Pittsburgh, whatever the I can't even remember.
Yeah, it's
what
like
it was.
small
You know what it
business
is.
basics.
And so the whole time that there wasn't a PowerPoint on with your website.
Get out of here!
It was cool.
That
So
is
all
so
the
funny.
ladies got to see it.
Well, how cool is that? I'll have to check my Google Analytics.
Yeah.
See how that worked for us, you know? Like, hey!
Hey, you the first presenter?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I'll just kind of hang tight until 10, I guess.
Yeah, hang out for a little bit. People are kind of still, moseying in.
Okay.
Night. You're streaming, you're recording, so we got you no matter how many people show up. So.
Okay, that works.
All right.
Thanks so much. That's so cool.
Yeah, exactly. We've gone into like
Ooh.
going to mom mode.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just have one. She's 4. Yeah. So. Yeah. They are. That is the age, man, where it's just. She's starting to finally calm down now a little bit. Well, she's starting to be able to direct herself into doing whatever she wants to do.
Okay.
So that's a good thing.
That is good. Now, how about the, did she go through the writing?
I don't have her during the day, so my mom does. She is pretty good about whining, but mostly because I don't know. Like, I don't even. But I only have one.
Yeah.
Makes a difference on this too.
Yeah, it's so strange. It's like, my oldest just went through this weird whining phase.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Are either one of you two ladies presenting?
I am.
Do you have everything set up and ready to go?
Yeah.
Need any help?
I'm good. I'm ready to rock and roll. I just have a PowerPoint, so
Okay, you're set up on the internet for just in case.
okay.
Just to let you know, there's a couple different presets of lighting if you want to change it.
I think we're good. I mean, I don't think, does it need to be brighter at all? What do you think? I think
This
I'm
is
good.
the house, so.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm so
Okay.
low maintenance.
All right, just let them know.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
So, yeah, it's just something that she's been going through like the past 7 months.
Is she in? Does she go to preschool?
She's getting ready to.
Yeah.
So, I think
So maybe that's part of it.
Yeah.
I will tell you, August is awful. August is really bad.
okay.
Just it's like a different energy and
That's what nice this month she's been a little.
just anxious. It's like an anxious energy.
Yeah.
So I can see it.
Same here.
If she knows she's going,
Yeah.
she'll be like,
This is gonna be interesting.
putting Audrey in school was really good for that kind of stuff because preschool teachers don't fall like that. They don't.
Well, I'm glad, like, 'cause I can tell, like, the junior system needs some time away from each other. They're just so on top of each other, like,
Yeah.
Because I work from home and it's like, so,
No, it'll be good. It'll be really good.
yeah. Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about that then. Yeah. Okay. Because I'm like, why is she she's pretty, like, she's one of those that's kind of flies beyond her years, like, with
Yeah.
every lesson. Like, you know, you're just like, don't do that. She's like, I'm like, why are you crying? Like, we just like, please don't do that. Like, why is this telling me it's such a big deal?
I had a friend who was significantly older than, like, her parents had her, and then her mom went to med school, and then they had the other kids. So she was like the babysitter, and she used to just say, "I can't hear you when you want," and that seems to be working
That's
a little bit.
good,
Like,
'cause-
can't hear you. Try again.
See it, because whenever she used to talk and whine, because now she's not like talking and whining, she's just kind of,
Yeah.
but I used to say, I don't understand
Yeah.
what you're saying. Like, I don't understand that. You know, and then that would help. So maybe I'll just be like, I don't know.
Yeah. Try again.
Yeah. It's driving my husband nuts. Like, he has no talk. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a former elementary school teacher, so it's like, I can, like, it's not that I'm condoning it or even like enabling her, but I can just tune it out, just be like, stop.
Yeah.
You know,
Your
like,
threshold is higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's just like ready to scream. He's like, oh, stop whining. And then like, I'm like, the other one, like, she's the one that's like screaming, you know, but
Yeah.
he can tolerate that, you know, like just the baby, I'm gonna scream and cry because I'm hungry and or I'm bored or I'm mad, and I'm like, that's what's scary to me. So weird. It's so funny. Like, yeah, we're going through weird things.
Getting her in school will definitely do wonders.
Yeah.
And for you, right?
Yeah,
To have
seriously.
some, just not, time where you don't have to worry about entertaining.
Yeah.
Her
Because
too.
like, the youngest will be still like at home, but it'll just be a different dynamic.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'll be good for her too.
Yeah. I noticed because like she went away, like I said, they're always together, and I know she went. Where did she go? I don't remember, but anyway, Alice and my husband, they went somewhere, and like I was and I was not expecting that. I thought, because she's always like pushing her older sister, like, get out of my way, I just want to be to myself, you know, and like, so I thought, okay, when she leaves, she's just gonna play. She didn't even know what to do with herself. She just stood there crying, like, where's my sister? I was shocked by that.
Yeah, so this would definitely be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Give her a little bit of independence too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
So, oh my gosh, it's crazy.
Will she go just 2 days a week?
It's gonna be 4 days a week, but only 3 hours
That's
a day.
yeah.
So it's
That's like
a,
legit preschool.
yeah. I was like, whoa, because like if you go 3 days a week, it was like she's gonna be. It's a Montessori school,
Okay.
so she was gonna at 3 days a week. She was gonna be in the junior class, and she's 3, so she could have been like in the junior class or the preschool class. But the teacher was like, she needs to be in the preschool class. You know, like she's kind of mature. You know. So you could tell, like, yeah, maybe she could start off there, but she's already, like, she's really potty trained. Like, I mean, she's in her little girl underwear, we call them, and except at night, you know. Now that I haven't, I'm like, how does this thing? Just
Do it.
that's what I figured. Because we put like the clothes on at night, you know, at night before she goes to bed. Because she's just now going through the day.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to just do it all at once.
She's not behind at all.
Yeah.
So that's like normal age. People think that kids potty train super early.
Oh.
It's like I'm putting my 1-year-old on the potty and I'm like, ooh, you're gonna have a rough 2 years ahead of you.
Yeah, because we started, because I just remember I thought I was pregnant. You know, like, this is insane. Like, I having 2 in diapers, so I didn't rush her, but it gave me like motivation.
Yeah.
You know, but I would see if she was ready. And then we would try a couple times. She wasn't quite ready, so we'd let some time go by, and then we'd try again. But yeah, it is like, I think she started, I'm going to say she was like 22 months, where she was starting to kind of get it, and we're just now putting her in the one. She's, you know, like, it's like been a little over a year, but yeah.
Yep.
And it was crazy because my husband just thought, okay, well now she knows how to go to the potty, so she's just doing it all the time. Like, no, it's like 2 phases. Like, you teach them how to do it, but then you have to train them on how to know when to go.
Yes.
So he was like not getting that. He was like, you know how to go, why are you not going? And like, that's like a whole other can we do that?
And then the nighttime one is a separate one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What are your tips for that?
After dinner, no more liquids. That's one of them. That's our last drink. I think the pull-ups is a really good. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a good thing because it makes your life easier too, right?
Yeah.
So if she does get up in the middle of the night, the other thing I did was I put my potty in her bedroom, and I got one of those push, like the circle push lights,
Yeah.
and put it on her wall right by where her bed, and she could wake up and go herself if she had to. She did that. She actually did that a little bit early on. She still at this point calls for me.
Yeah.
But that way, like even if she did wake up to go, it was right there. It was fine. She could do it herself if she wanted to. Just getting them to wake up. I mean, if they don't wake up, then they don't wake up. There's nothing you can do about that.
Right.
Other than just limit their liquid intake.
Yeah.
And,
And
make
then
sure
when
they're
they-
getting enough during the day and not at night.
And it's kind of like when they're ready, they'll wake up.
I mean, there really is no tips for making them wake up, right?
Yeah.
It's a physical, biological
Yeah, they've got to
thing.
just learn how to do it.
So,
And probably the longer she goes with being trained during the day.
correct.
Because I remember, like, it's been strange because a couple of times in the middle of the night, like, sometimes she'll wake up, she'll crawl in bed fast. Like, that's, but she's not saying she has to go, but there's been a couple of times where she'll wake up and she'll be like, I have to go to the potty. But you take her and you put her on there, she's not going.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if it's like, but then, like, sometimes her pull-up's wet. So I'm like, oh, maybe she just missed it.
Yeah.
Or so I was, like, pleasantly surprised by that. I was like, oh, dear. Like,
She's starting to feel it.
Yeah.
She's getting there.
yeah,
That's definitely the first step is being able to wake up when you feel it.
yeah,
Even if it's immediately after
Right.
going.
yeah.
You know?
It's funny. Our little people.
Little people. Yeah. It is intense.
Yeah. So funny. I'm up against Pittsburgh.
I know. And you have a very niche topic, right?
Yeah.
So,
We'll have fun.
for sure. And people will go back and watch this one.
Yeah.
This is one that people will go back. They should have put the parenting ones in the same day, but
Oh, that would have been so.
yeah. Yesterday there was that social media.
Yeah. How was
It was-
that?
Amazing. It was really good.
Why did I do that?
Because there was a bunch of, I mean, this year there's been really good topics. So, yeah, she didn't like get up and say, kids should be on social media, blah, blah, blah. So I was pleasantly surprised at that. It was really good. You should definitely go back and watch it. That's
Okay.
one of the ones that, I mean, that's one of my probably all-time favorites from Podcamp, I would say.
Awesome.
Yeah, she did a really good job. So.
That's so cool.
And she has 4 different kids, so she talked about them, how she has 2 daughters and they're very different, and how like she approached it differently with both of them. So that's a good,
That's
good thing too.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. There was only like 25 people in there right now, so
Yeah.
might get more people.
Yeah, I'll give it maybe what do you think, 5 after?
Yeah.
That's so cool. Just yeah, get myself put together here. That's awesome.
I'm so excited looking at that. Yeah, I love how these are available.
Yes. I still refer people to sessions from past years.
Yes.
They still
I was
do.
watching some.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh. Like, yeah,
We're really lucky to have this resource.
I know. Yeah, I want more people to come.
Yeah.
What do you think? Are we promoting it? Or
So I think this year they said that attendance, pre-registered attendance was highest it's been since they moved to Point Park, which I think was 4 or 5 years ago. They used to be over at the Artists too. So that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
And then there's lots of new people here,
okay.
which is also
Yeah,
really
yeah.
good.
Mhm.
I've noticed this year in particular, there's the types of people are. There's so many new kinds of people here, which is really cool to see too. Like the older crowd is starting to make its way in here, which is really cool. And some of them do more stuff than me, you know, like they're like 30 years older than me and they're freaking running their own podcast. It's cool. Cool to see. I think they are starting. There was a couple years where they had, like they didn't set dates early. So I think once we get into this year, they did an awesome job doing that. Like the date was out there early, the call for presentations was out there early, the schedule was awesome. So I think maybe this will be getting some momentum here. So
That's cool.
yeah,
It's so much fun.
yeah, there's nothing like it to spark energy and.
Yeah. Now what, before we start, what do you into?
So for my job, I do, I work for an engineering professional organization, and I run motorsport competitions for engineering students. So while I'm not at competition, it's a very tiny team. So at competition, it's all hands on deck for that. But the rest of the year, I do all the digital stuff, social media, websites. I just got totally funded to do podcasts. But I have no background in that. It's just kind of the next evolution of what we do. And then aside from that, personally, I am launching a company called Pittsburgh Date Night. And then I also run just a Twitter, like a photo, Instagram, Twitter, photo life in Pittsburgh. So
Cool.
yeah,
We'll have
so
to exchange info.
yeah, for sure. Little of this, little of that.
Cool. That's so cool. Well, I guess we'll get rocking and rolling. God bless you. Well, I might make this a little shorter then. Yeah.
Remember, people are gonna watch it later.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I do have.
Handout.
Yeah, I have a little handout.
Maybe I'll move
here.
to the front row.
Okay, thank you. There you go. Yeah, I might as well rock and roll. Why not? Okay. Let's see what do we have.
I keep saying I'm gonna get Audrey her own podcast.
Nice.
2-minute Audrey says.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Ask her a question and let her go.
I love it. I love it. All right. Well, I guess I'll rock and roll and get started. So I guess hello to people in cyberspace. Hello, Amanda. All right, but it's all good. So, welcome. I am Denise LaRosa, and my presentation is going to be on podcasting and parenting. So I'm going to start with this picture because I just find it very interesting. I just returned from Texas. I went to Podcast Movement, and I decided to put this picture up because how crazy is it that this little stay-at-home mom and Mark Maron have so much in common, so much so that we decided to have lunch together while we were in Texas. And what happens? Like, how does that happen? And how does it happen? The answer is podcasting. It's really interesting that we both started on this journey of podcasting for the same reason. We had a need and desire to connect with people. It may be a different connection, but that was really the core of why we started podcasting. And so the world of podcasting is just so incredible. It's so amazing that it could bring, this comedian and work from home, stay at home, whatever you want to call me, mom from Pittsburgh together to the point where we could actually have lunch and laugh and talk and discover that we have a lot in common. So I just think that podcasting is such an incredible medium in that way that it really can bridge us together in more ways than we realize. So, who am I? Let me break it down a little more for you. I am Denise LaRosa, and I often introduce myself as being the happily married wife and mother of 3 children. Gianna, Natalie, and Mom Talk with Denise LaRosa. Yes, my third baby is not, I guess, the conventional type of baby, but it is my baby. And I will explain a little more as to how that third baby was conceived. So the year was 2014, not that long ago, obviously. And I was pregnant with baby number 2, unemployed, and running around the house chasing a toddler. Needless to say, I thought I was going to lose my mind. I was so overwhelmed, and this normally happy, perky person was very depressed, very, like I said, overwhelmed at everything that was happening in my life. And never before in my life have I felt such sheer joy and terror all at the same time. And so being pregnant didn't really afford me too many options for coping mechanisms. I mean, obviously I could pray, and I did a lot of that, but I couldn't chug the 4 cups of coffee a day. Obviously couldn't have a glass of wine to, calm down. But I did find one coping mechanism, one means of escape and help, and that was podcasts. And so through podcasts, I really was able to find comfort, joy, peace, encouragement, reassurance that everything was going to be okay. And for me personally, I was listening to a lot of Christian-based podcasts. And so I had an aha moment. I was playing with my toddler, and, this may not get me Mother of the Year, but I was multitasking. I was playing with my toddler, and I had my earbuds in, and I'm listening to a podcast, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, this is awesome. I am getting so much comfort, encouragement, and peace. What if I gave that to mothers and started a podcast for moms? And so that is how Mom Talk with Denise LaRosa was conceived. I just really, again, a lot like Mark Maron, I just really birthed this podcast out of a need and desire to connect with other people. And in particular, in my case, with other mothers who were also experiencing all the same joys and challenges that I was going through. And so it was kind of a selfish need at first, in some ways, as far as that's concerned, of me really needing to connect with others. But also there was a part of it that really I felt could be a wonderful outlet and resource for mothers without us feeling like we were being judged. I mean, it's just you and your earbuds, and you're listening to these episodes, and you might think to yourself, wow, I'm going through the same thing. Really? I thought I was the only one. And you don't have that judgment around you or that little side eye that somebody might give you. It's just you in the comfort of your home or on that morning jog or wherever you are, and you're listening to these episodes of your fellow moms or parenting experts, gurus, helping you through those challenges in life. So that was how this has all evolved over time. So this is the awesome thing about Mom Talk with Denise LaRosa. It's out there on the web. Any and everyone can tap into this as a free resource. It's designed to motivate, inspire, and inform mothers. It airs weekly, and it's available on several internet outlets or platforms. And that to me is so mind-blowing that this little Pittsburgh mom has people listening in Paris and, was all over the country and around the world to this show. And that's the power of podcasting. It's really something that I don't even think we've begun to wrap our heads around and really have an idea or a sense of just how powerful this medium is. So how do podcasts help moms? And, I did niche this down to moms specifically, but the following 5 ways that I'm going to share with you are really, truly ways that podcasts can help anyone, whether you're a parent or not. But this is just something that I want to break down and explain before I go into some specifics about motivating you to perhaps start a podcast as well. It's for these reasons. This is how podcasts can help us So podcasts can help you grow. I love this, and I touched on this a couple of minutes ago, but podcasts leave information and resources at your fingertips. More specifically for mothers, we can grow as a woman and a mother by listening to these podcasts that meet your specific needs at that given moment in time in your life. You can tune into a podcast episode to instantly receive encouragement and information to make your journey smoother. I mean, I can only imagine even a decade ago, and we can even take it back to several decades ago, where it's like our mothers, our grandmothers, oh my goodness, if they had this kind of a resource, how much smoother their lives would have been, and bless them because they managed to raise us and probably experienced so many fears and challenges, and they felt like they couldn't talk to anyone. And my grandmother, who has since passed away, I just remember her talking to me as a teenager, when I was a teenager, and she was encouraging me to come to her and talk to her because she said she wanted to be that person that could be there for me because she didn't have anyone that she could go to. And so I think of that a lot when I think of podcasting and parenting, is that this is an invaluable resource and it's free at that. And so it's really special that we have this medium at our fingertips. Number 2, podcasts are great for multitasking. And let's face it, as moms, dads even, we are great multitaskers. And so we can be doing 5 million things at once, and we actually do them pretty darn good, I think. I would like to think. And so that's what I love about podcasting too. You can take your favorite show with you everywhere you go. Podcasts can easily be accessed via your smartphone, tablet, obviously your PC or laptop. But if you really want to get mobile with it, you have your mobile device, you can pop in some earbuds and listen to the latest episode, for example, on how to get organized while you're cleaning your house, or you're doing the laundry, or you're going for that morning walk, or you're having that morning sip of coffee or tea. It's just incredible that you can take these shows with you everywhere you go. And my favorite part is that podcasts can build communities. I have seen it through my favorite podcast where I feel like I'm a part of a community. And it is. It's a virtual online community that you become a part of. And I think that's so important for parents because we can often feel like we're all alone on this journey. We can feel like even though we can be in a room full of our fellow moms and dads, that we're the only one going through that particular challenge at that particular moment in time. And so that was where I was a little over a year ago. And again, like I said, that's what really motivated and inspired me to start a podcast, was for that reason. I felt like I was all alone, but I thought to myself, surely I'm not the only one that's feeling all of these emotions as a parent and as a human being, actually. So, we oftentimes shy away from sharing our deepest joys and challenges for fear that we're going to be negatively judged or seen as like not being on top of our game. I feel like in the world of social media, you see like your news feed and you're scrolling, it's looking like all these happy, jolly families that are just so perfect and smiling and, all put together. And come on, that's just a big old lie. I mean, okay, yes, we have those moments too, but that's only a little snippet of the story. That's like a millisecond where like we actually took the picture. But what's really going on behind that picture is so much that we don't know about, but we're probably experiencing it as well. So I just feel like this is a platform where it's just you, it's just that episode, the guest or the host, and you can really find some peace in knowing that you're not the only one going through those challenges in life. And so a mother can find a community of moms who are experiencing these similar joys and challenges through podcasts. And let's take the parenting out of it and think of whatever the case may be. If you are if you're working from home, or if you are dealing with some kind of health issue. There are podcasts about just about any and every topic you can imagine. And so whatever you're going through, if you're looking for that community of shared interests, shared challenges, whatever the case may be, you can find that through podcasting, and you can find a community of like-minded people who are going through similar journeys. And, I also love how podcasts can be great conversation starters. You can find the latest podcast episode and share it with your friend. And that also leads to great conversations outside of the computer or that mobile device. You can really take that out into the world with you. And like I said, podcasts are free. Rarely, very rarely will you find podcasts that cost you money to access. And so there are countless podcasts to choose from. And again, like I said, you can find podcasts on virtually every topic you can imagine. And they're just for you. I mean, I think yesterday I went to a session here at Podcamp Pittsburgh X that was on content marketing and how we are in a day and age where everything is customized. There's something out there for you specifically to meet your needs and your interests. And one of those platforms is podcasting. And so that is something that's really special because, when we have the radio and even like with television, you kind of have to, there were times where with radio, you're listening and you might have a favorite show, but you've got to tune in at that specific time. Or, now we do have on demand, but it's we're living in a world now where everything is more customizable for you. You can listen when it's convenient for you. You can listen to what you want to listen to. And that is really special that we live in that day and age. And I think we should take advantage of that. So I am here to encourage you to start a podcast. I am just so over the moon excited about podcasting. I think everybody should do it. I mean, I end up engaged in conversations, meeting people, and it's no matter what they're doing, I'm that's a podcast. That's a podcast. That's a podcast. And so I'm really going to encourage you to start podcasting. I'm going to start by explaining why, answering the question, why should you start a podcast? So I'm going to throw some statistics here. And I'm not typically a stats person, but we have to look at these numbers. First and foremost, take a look at this chart of online radio reaches. An estimated 94 million weekly. Look at the rise of online radio. From 2003, we had about 8% checking out online radio shows. And here we are all the way up to last year. We have an estimated 94 million people weekly. That is incredible. I mean, it's mind-blowing. I can't even really fully wrap my head around these numbers, but people are tuning in by the millions. Those people need your voice. They need your voice. And I'm going to explain a little more as to why they need your voice. But let's take a look at these numbers, for the shift in podcast listening devices. Now, I know Justin talked about this yesterday in the keynote. If we go back to even 2013, 64% of podcast listening was taking place on the computer. And 34% were listening via smartphone, tablet, or some kind of portable audio player. Just within a year, from 2013 to 2014, we go from 64% listening to podcasts via the computer to only 46%. Over half of podcast listening takes place on the smartphone, tablet, audio, audible player. I would break that down to probably the majority of those are via the smartphone. We carry these devices for better or for worse. I read an article recently that was, I wanted to say it's hilarious, but it's really sad too. It was like asking a question of, are smartphones the adult version of a binky, of a pacifier? Because we literally walk around, like, here I go. Once I read this article, I actually was paying attention to how often this phone was in my hand. And this may be TMI, but this phone was in my hand on my way to the bathroom. I lay it on the counter in the bathroom, take a shower, come out, dry off. Literally, the phone was in my hand. You know, I'm doing dishes. Phone's right there. Phone's right there. Phone's right there. You're out. I mean, how many of us see people out at an event or at dinner and we're like on our cell phone, just, we're surrounded by so many people, yet it's just our undivided attention isn't on the people around us, but it's on our phone. So I'm showing these numbers, and in a way, it can be a very sad picture of what's happening in our society. And for me, being voted friendliest girl, you know, Miss Congeniality and pageants, don't judge me. I did pageants back in the day a couple of times, but, you know, I just thrive off of person-to-person contact and building those relationships. But let's face it, we are in a society of go, 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 do, do, do. We're on the treadmill of life, and on that treadmill with us is the cell phone. And so whenever I decided to get into podcasting, it was much like what Mark Maron was explaining to me at Podcast Movement. It's to connect with people. And what are they connected to right now? They're connected to the cell phone. We are connected to these mobile devices. And so I'm not saying that podcasting can replace that person-to-person connection, but it's a great starting point to meet people where they are. As a teacher, I used to often say, meet children where they are. And we're in a day and age of technology. So if that's how they learn, allow them opportunities to learn in that way using technology. And so that's much of what I'm saying with podcasting. We are strapped to these devices. So we can use podcasting to connect with people. And what I love is that from there, I've seen so many podcasts. And my goal with my podcast is to take that community building from the mobile device to in-person, person-to-person contact, meetups. You know, even if you want to take it baby steps, you can go from the mobile device to a private Facebook community, and then perhaps meetups. But we can meet each other where we are, and we are on these cell phones all the time. And an estimated 39 million Americans have listened to a podcast in the past month, back in 2014. And I can promise you that this number has gone up dramatically in 2015 already. I can promise you. And it's so funny because I went from being an elementary school teacher to being a podcaster, and most of my family and friends were like, what's that? I mean, even my husband was like, what's a podcast? When I came up to him and I was like, I want to start a podcast for moms. He's like, okay, well, what's a podcast? So this is a big number, but there's still a lot of people out there that are not as comfortable or familiar with this platform of podcasting, but it is growing rapidly. And Mark Maron, to go back to him as a reference point, and a lot of people mentioned him yesterday, totally changed the game of podcasting when he had President Obama on his podcast. I mean, that was crazy. And no matter what your political affiliation is, no matter what your feelings are about the president, the fact that we had a sitting president on a podcast is just, it's just history in the making. And so that, along with so many other incredible podcasters, are just really taking this platform to another level. And you can be a part of that. You should be a part of that. So just do it. I mean, it's so funny because whenever I started this journey with podcasting, it was a blessing that I knew absolutely nothing about podcasting. I was just an avid listener. I was just consuming the podcast, but I had no idea how to start a podcast or what producing and creating a podcast on a weekly basis was going to entail. Everything from the equipment to, the show notes to how to, reach out to guests. I didn't have a clue. And you know what? I'm so glad I didn't, because I just did it. And if I had known too much, I probably would have had analysis paralysis. We all know what that is. We get this idea, we're excited about it, and we're like, yes, I'm going to do this. And then you think to yourself, well, let me Google it. Or let me do some research first. And let me see what all I'm going to have to know, what all I'm going to have to purchase in order to make this happen. And so what happens? We do that, and it's kind of like the more we know, the less we grow. We get into doing so much research that we get overwhelmed, and then we're like, oh, forget it. I mean, this is just too much. And as parents, what's one of our favorite sayings? I don't have the time. Oh my goodness, I barely have the time. I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. I barely have the time to get away and take a shower. How the heck am I going to start a podcast? I am here to encourage you that with 2 little girls, 21 months apart, and a husband who has a crazy work schedule, if I can produce a podcast, my goodness, anyone on the face of this earth can do it. Yes, I do it with a lot of coffee, but I get it done. As we say, I'm originally from West Virginia, get her done. Just do it. Just do it. And so up here I have 2 resources for you. These resources helped me out tremendously, and it's kind of funny because I didn't tap into these resources until I think about 11, 12 episodes in, when I realized, you know what? I'm kind of treating this as a hobby, but this can be a business. It needs to be a business. Remember, I was unemployed, and I really needed that income. And so I started from a passion. Podcasting was a passion, and I encourage you to start from a place where you're passionate about it. Please do not start a podcast because you want to make money. Because if that's why you want to start a podcast, you're not going to be in the game for long. Because it's a grind, it's a hustle, it's not easy to make that happen. And that doesn't give you staying power. Podcasting is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And in order to run the marathon, no matter what marathon you're running, you've got to have a passion and drive. You can't, money is just not enough to make you passionate about something. You can make money doing pretty much anything. You've got to be passionate if you want to be consistent and persistent and stay in this game of podcasting, because it's very challenging, but it's also very rewarding. And again, coming from that place of really helping people, bringing value to people, that is what should be at the core of your mission and your purpose with podcasting. But I'm also here to tell you that it can be a business. I now have an official LLC, Mom Talk with Denise LaRosa LLC. It's a legitimate business. This isn't just a little stay-at-home mom that's kind of, sitting on the computer having a good time. It started off that way, and there's nothing wrong. If you want to make it a hobby, there's nothing wrong with that. But I am here to tell you, you can monetize. And so John Lee Dumas, he is the host of Entrepreneur on Fire. And I'm a huge fan of his. I'm actually a member of his community, Podcasters Paradise. And he has a free podcast course that you can really tap into. And it's freepodcastcourse.com where you can go. And there's no strings attached. I know nowadays when we see free online, you click on it and there's something else going on. But this is really legitimately free. he also has some paid services, a Podcasters Paradise community. Like I said, I do pay to be a member of that. But if you just want to get started and you just want a general idea on how to do that, from everything from what type of affordable equipment to buy to how to put your feed into iTunes, free podcast course covers all of that. It covers every little detail of getting started. It's a great start for you. And then this is a local celebrity of ours, Darieth Chisholm. And it's interesting because she is a podcast coach. She's a podcasting coach now. And a lot of us know her as the former anchor of Channel 11 WPXI News here in Pittsburgh. And I noticed that, well, I do kind of have a little bit of inside experience with Channel 11 because my husband works there. But I noticed, I was aware that she was leaving Channel 11, and I was really curious about what she was doing. And so I was a few episodes into my podcast, and I decided to see what Darieth was up to. I thought she would make a really awesome guest. I knew she was a mother, and she is admired by a lot of people and seen as a success. And I really wanted to talk to her about how she balanced motherhood and being a successful business person, or, successful at what she did. And I discovered that Darieth was podcasting. Here she was with over 20 years experience as an anchor woman in television, and now was on a journey of entrepreneurship. And one part of her journey was podcasting. She has a video podcast called Hustle and Heart TV. And so I interviewed her and was talking to her, and I was like, wow, this is incredible. You have an incredible video podcast. I would love to have you as a mentor. And so she actually is a mentor to many and a coach to many. And so at dariethchisholm.com/coaching, you can definitely get more information about the services that she provides. And I must say that I ended up doing a coaching VIP session with Darieth in December of 2014, whenever it hit me, okay, I can only be doing this podcasting thing for free for so long before my husband's going to get a little irritated and wonder, what are you doing? This is taking up so much of your time. And, we were in a position, like I said, where, and not just financially speaking, but for me, I love to work. I love to work hard and earn things. And so it was important to me that I make this a legitimate business. So I met with Darieth in December, and the cool thing was we spent a whole day together, and it was a grind. It was a hustle. I mean, she has this podcast called Hustle and Heart TV, and she didn't go easy on me, and I didn't want her to. But we mapped out a game plan to monetize via several different streams of income with being under the umbrella of my podcast. And that was December 30th. And by January, I want to say 16th, I had secured my first sponsor for my podcast. So it was incredible. She was an incredible resource for me, as is John Lee Dumas. And I did take the free podcast course, and that also helped me too. So you have these resources at your disposal, so you don't, again, like with parenting, you don't feel like you're all alone on this journey. And what I love about the podcasting community is that everyone is so welcoming, so encouraging. I just came from Podcast Movement, and if you were a stranger walking in, you wouldn't know the difference between someone who was considered a podcasting celebrity to someone who hadn't even started a podcast yet. Everyone was mingling, talking, sharing, and that's the kind of community that you have in the podcasting world. So I'm going to open up for questions, and I am here to answer questions from everything from podcasting to parenting. I know a lot of times people are curious about how do you monetize, what are the steps to that, and I will be more than happy to discuss that as well, because I think it's important that, again, we share our experiences to help each other's journeys be a little smoother.
I have a lot of questions.
Good.
Okay. So what does your setup look like? Where are you doing this with 2 kids running around?
Yes.
And how much was your initial investment?
Okay, I love it. Good questions. Okay, so where do I do this? That's funny. I don't really have a glamorous setup by any means. Now, I'm going to keep it real with you and tell you the bare bones of what I had to start. Some podcasters it would be like nails going down a chalkboard. They'd be like, oh my goodness, that's terrible. But I'm going to keep it real with you. So, had a little handheld audio recorder. And when I started, that was all I had. And I met my first guest at a Starbucks. It was so noisy. Not a good idea looking back. But this little $99 handheld recorder. And I literally would use this for my intros and outros. And it was presentable, I could put it out there. And then the interviews, like I said in the beginning, I would meet in person, but I started using freeconferencecalling.com and would share that dial-in information with my guests. They call in, and I have the option to record the conversation. So I hit record, it downloads as an MP3 file. And so I had Audacity, free editing software. I put in that MP3 of, my intro and outro from the audio recorder. And it was like pieces of a puzzle. I put that together, download the MP3 of the conversation, my talk with my guests, and piece that in. And literally, so that was like, $99. Because the Audacity free editing software, I love it. I still use it. And I am so technically challenged. And I love YouTube because you can just go on YouTube and they have tutorials on everything Audacity. And like I said, I'm a member of Podcasters Paradise now. And there's also a lot of video tutorials within that community. It's a online membership class or, community. Yeah, so I can tap into that as well. But on YouTube, there's a bunch of free tutorials.
So are you recording this still using those?
Yeah, what I do now is I use a headset, and I'm in the process of transferring over to Skype. And there's now Skype, you pay $2.99 for a month to have the call feature. And then there's a software called Pamela for PCs, and I think there's another one for Mac, and Pamela, you might have a Mac version, and I believe that's free as well. And so it can record your Skype call. But sometimes, so I bounce back and forth now between the freeconferencecalling.com and all Skype, because sometimes Skype will drop calls. So, but yeah, I record, and I literally record via the free conference calling record option. And then if you have Pamela hooked on to Skype, it'll record your conversation that way too. Yeah, it's very minimal.
How have you worked this into your schedule as a mom?
Yes. Awesome question. So to tag on to the first part that you're asking, where do I do this? I have a laptop. Sometimes, I'm really fortunate in that with my husband's work schedule, he works evenings. So during the day, I will schedule my interviews. And my interviews are 25 to 30 minutes. Now, I have an interview-based podcast. There's also topic-based podcasts. And some of those I've even heard some that are only a minute long to 10, 15 minutes where it's just you and only you. So that's very easy to do in the sense that you don't have the added stressors of scheduling somebody. So you can do that. And I literally go in the bedroom, the little corner where you can't hear the kids, or my husband will take the kids downstairs to play and I'll be sitting at my desk, which is in the kitchen. And my interviews are about 20 to 30 minutes. I've also, during their nap time, I will do my intros and outros, interviews as well. And with Audacity, the editing software, I mean, let's keep it real. There's times where, I'm doing my interview and where I'm recording, my intros and outros or what have you, and I can, like, somebody falls or something happens and the kids are screaming and my husband's like, oh my gosh, be quiet, be quiet. But with Audacity, you can slice that up. You can take that out. So, and I even say, and maybe because I have a parenting podcast, it's a little easier, but I keep it real. I tell my guests, I even say sometimes on the show, look, I've got 2 kids. You might hear them in the background. It might, of course, if it's too loud and it seems like extremely unprofessional, I'll cut it out. But one thing I've discovered, Amanda, is that people in the podcasting world, what draws them to podcasts is the authenticity and that connection with the host. And so when you keep it real and you tell them, that's one of the things that I think is so appealing with Mark Maron, is this dude is recording his podcast in his garage. How funny and cool is that like you feel like you're just kind of chilling with Mark Maron in his garage. I mean, the president went to his garage, and he's very authentic. I mean, it was so funny because in that episode with the president, his phone pinged, and he's like, oh my gosh, I guess I better cut that off before the president comes in. And so those are the things that really make your podcast authentic and genuine. So yes, you want to keep it professional to a certain extent, but in some ways there's a little bit of give there.
You mentioned realizing that you're treating it as a hobby and it could be a business. What were the changes that you made to kind of mentally and I guess logistically transition yourself there?
Great question. I reached out for help. I was broke as ever, and yes, sometimes reaching out for help that's an investment, but I knew that if I invested in this, I could get a return. So I invested by hiring Darius as my coach, but then I also tapped in, like I said, down the road to freepodcastcourse.com. There are some free resources out there. Fellow podcasters, finding them, asking them questions, because this community is so welcoming in that way. So the first thing I did was I reached out for help. The second thing I did was, again, like just studying those who did it. Like John Lee Dumas, I think in 1 month alone, he made over $500,000. And it's like, okay, well, what did you do? I'm not saying that I'm going to be making that, and I'm not even saying that's my goal, but obviously he's successful at this. What did he do to make this a success? And so that was the thing, just shifting my mindset and reaching out for help. And then as far as the show goes, in my platform, my mission, it really kind of, I want to stay true to that. So I tried not to make it too much of a production to where it lost its authenticity. So I don't want to say that changed a whole lot, but I did start, with the sponsorships. And so I do have commercials, but it's my voice. And so, and I do it with integrity. I think that's important. When you get sponsors or you even throw in some affiliates, like through Commission Junction or Share a Sale or what have you, and you have affiliates that you link yourself up with, you can do commercials for that as well. But with all of that being said, whether it's sponsorship or affiliate marketing, it's so important to do it with integrity and give your audience value. So, any sponsorship, like the Pittsburgh Association for the Education of Young Children, they're a sponsor of Mom Talk with Denise LaRosa, but they can bring value to the moms and the families that are following the podcast. Another sponsor coming up is the Stork OTC. It's an infertility, fertility drug treatment company that can bring value. And I even heard John Lee Dumas say, I think there was a loan company or whatever that wanted they wanted to be a sponsor for his show. And he said, no, because you're not going to bring value to my listeners. I don't want my listeners to go into debt if they don't have to, or, so he actually walked away from a lot of money. But obviously it didn't hurt him. He ended up finding sponsors that do bring his guest value, and he's able to make money at the same time.
How did you, so you started out, you were a stay-at-home mom.
Yeah.
You decided to launch this podcast with no previous, it's not like people knew you.
Right.
How did you build up your listenership, and how did you cope while it wasn't, in those early shows where you weren't getting as many downloads as you wanted to share?
Love that. Oh my gosh, awesome question. Okay, so the first thing I did is I let everyone know in my little personal circle. So I went to Facebook. I didn't even have like an official page yet, and I said, hey, I'm about to start a podcast. I'm so excited. And I think back then I referred to it as online radio show because that's the easiest way people could refer to it. And I started off on Blog Talk Radio. So, which side note, you do have to pay for audio hosts like Libsyn, Blog Talk Radio. There is a fee, but it's minimal. And then for me personally, I'm on Audio Boom right now, which is totally free. So there are even free audio hosts. So back to your question, I just let everyone know that I was doing this. And then I remember I started a Facebook page, and I invited all the people that were that I was friends with on Facebook. And then I don't remember what number that got me, but I encouraged everybody to spread the word. And my goal was, to get 100 likes by the time the show aired. And it wasn't like I needed the numbers, but just kind of trying to encourage people to just get the word out. And so I remember my first show, I was pleasantly surprised. I think it got 42 listens. I was all excited. And there's still days where it has its peaks and valleys. So, I'll have like crazy listens for, one show, and then another show might drop a little bit, and then it goes up. So you're going to have the ebb and flow of that throughout your experience. And so what kept me going was just if one mom listens and gets something out of this, then mission accomplished. And another thing that kept me going is knowing that I had to be consistent. Even if I'm in a room with just one other person or nobody, if I consistently show up, somebody's going to catch on, or I'm going to catch somebody at some point. So I just have to be consistent with it. And that kind of kept me going, and it still keeps me going. And then the last thing I'll say real quick is I know that Pat Flynn at the Podcast Movement Conference said an amazing thing. He said, some of you are complaining because you only have 1,000 downloads, because some people have like 20, 30, 40, 50,000. He said, turn around and look at this room. There's over 1,100 people in this room. That's how many people are listening to you, that you have their undivided attention. So I think when we're out in cyberspace, we kind of lose sight. If I just had one person in here, I'm happy with just one person in here. But it's like, if I just had one person listen on the web, I'd be like, oh my God, one person listening. So I stopped that mentality, and I just thought, if one person's listening, that and being consistent.
Last question.
Yeah.
You mentioned that, so podcast is free, that is your product, right? That's out there.
Mm-hmm.
But under that umbrella, you've built various revenue streams. And maybe not even revenue streams as much as, other products, the meetups and stuff. What are some of those things that you've done?
Okay, I'm in the process of still developing that. I have affiliate links, but they're affiliates of products and services that I support. For example, Positive Parenting Solutions is like a webinar course for parents. Then speaking engagements. I also am working on establishing like a coaching business. And then also I have a little funny twist is Tyra Banks' new cosmetics line, Tyra Beauty. It's fun, it's fast, it's easy for women to do their makeup. So I kind of go around and do free tie-overs, as she calls them, with moms and encourage them to have fun with their look, and still keep things cute and fun and sexy and flirty. So those are kind of the things that I'm doing now. And then for example, with John Lee Dumas, he has his community. So the way he's making money from his podcast like the $500,000, for example, they made the 1 month. I believe 90-some thousand was just the sponsorship. Over 300-some thousand was Podcasters Paradise, the membership program. He has a mastermind. So a lot of people, it seems like coaching is a big thing, or some people start the podcast and that's their product, and then they build underneath that. Others are web designers or dentists. I even met some dentists that have started a podcast. And so they're doing that to drive, there's authors as well. So a lot of people the podcast is an afterthought, and it falls under something they're currently doing. So they're building that audience on that platform where all those millions are there, and they're saying, hey, guess what? I also have a dentist practice. Contact me, or hey, I'm a web designer. You need someone to design your website for your business? Contact me. So you can also it can also be the reverse, where the podcast is falling under something you already have established.
One more question.
Mm-hmm.
What are your favorite podcasts?
Oh, Entrepreneur on Fire. I'm a huge fan. And I'm not obsessed, I promise, but I'm a huge fan. It's motivating. And he has a very predictable format, John Lee Dumas. He asks the same 5 or so questions every week, but it's cool to hear the different answers from the guests. Again, Darius Chisholm, Hustle and Heart TV with Darius Chisholm, but it's a video podcast. So, it's great to have that visual, but you do have to sit still with stuff like that. So I like the audio because you can go about. And I'm trying to think of what else. I like so many. I'm just starting to get into Pat Flynn's Smart Passive Income. Some other parenting ones I'm listening to. I think it's God-Centered Mom. I listened to once, and I was like, okay, I'm digging that. But I tend to go on the side of business stuff because that's where I'm at right now. I want to get inspired and get information and resources on how to build an online business. So I'm kind of going in that route, but there's podcasts on everything you can imagine.
Awesome.
Yay! Thank you. All right, here's my little contact info. I love people reaching out, and I just love that connection. So feel free to contact me anytime. And I always like to end my talks with saying there is no perfect way to be a mother and a million ways to be a good one. And there's no perfect way to be a podcaster and a million ways to be a good one. So just be good. Yay. The end, as we say to our kids. Thank you much. Okay, how do I leave? Okay, good. Oh my Lord. Oh yeah, hello, X. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, lady.
You did great.
Thank you.
That's going to be great on the replay. Really well. The
I'm
questions.
hoping. Your questions rock, sister. That's what, of course you do. That's when I loosen up. That's my favorite part of the questions. So, yeah, I was all about the questions. Did I get rid of this? But yeah, I started off with I'm not a name dropping person, but I was so fascinated by the fact that what brought us together? Podcast.
Yep.
I mean, that's such a bizarre match, this. But it's so true. And I remember at Podcast Movement, I think somebody asked Mark, what are your tips for interviewing and why did you do this? To connect with people. I mean, it's not a science to it, He was in a place in his life where he wanted to connect with people. And I was like, that is so insane, because that's why. And that was the recurring theme, to connect. Whether you want to connect them to your product or service, or connect on a personal level with something you're going through. And we're on our phones.
Yeah.
So start there. It's kind of sad though, but it's the truth. Like when I read that, like, is it like a binky?
I know. I tried to find that article
I know.
while you were talking. I couldn't find it.
I can't find it either.
Yeah, it must have been from the past. I bet.
Yeah.
And it is true.
Yeah. I remember after I read that, I realized, oh my gosh, this phone is going with me everywhere.
It is. It's like a blank here.
Yeah. It's like an easy couch out. Like you're with all these people and you're like, okay, I'm embarrassed. I don't feel like talking to you and I'm shy. I'll just pretend like I'm on my phone and nobody will talk to me.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Are you sticking around or are you?
I might have to rock and roll, unfortunately. I was here all day yesterday, but babysitting is limited. But yeah, I hope that helped. Like, how did that still podcast with all the kids and the noise?
Yeah.
I lose my marbles. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, get out of here.
That's all right.
There's sometimes, and now it's so funny. I forgot to add this part. My children, well, not the 1-year-old, she's off the chain, but the 3-year-old, she's so used to me podcasting now that she actually will be like, "Mommy, I want to listen," and she can come in while I'm recording and be perfectly quiet.
Cool.
And I think at her age at 4, you can even like train them. Like
We'll
this
see
is
if
what.
it connects.
And I
No, we're good.
forgot to say that.
100% good now.
Because I include her,
Yeah,
like she's in the
audio.
intro.
Oh
Yeah.
I'll be
yeah.
like, say this is Mom Talk with Denise LaRosa.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you
Like
very
when you
much.
include
We'll
them,
plug it in just in case.
Yeah.
it's like,
Decide to use
but
audio.
of course I have parents.
Don't actually have any
So
slides,
that's
so
easy.
if
Makes
it doesn't
sense,
work,
yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
good to go.
but
Or-
I mean, even if you have something
Yeah,
that's not
yeah. I'll probably end up showing something.
Yeah, I used to
Sounds
listen to a marriage one, and it was their kids in the intro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Cool.
yay!
All right, well, I'll see you around. I'm
Okay,
sure.
sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you. You were a trooper.
Oh no, you're
Bless
awesome.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good
They
one.
also just announced for the pop-up session that they added in the hallway
Yeah.
about podcasting, so yes, might be listening to that.
We'll have an audience of 1 now, so we're good to go. It's more than most people have. It's true.
And this is my 3rd time seeing this session, so
Except it's all different and better than what there's. But not really. It's different though. As in new statistics, which is that's not true. Hi there. Or
I like your shirt.
Should I sit right in front
Hey, girl.
yeah,
Should be like your number one.
I walked out of there.
I like to heckle.
Hi. Hi.
listen, everyone.
Oh,
Okay,
Jay,
today.
she's coming back here. Oh, we can say hi.
Mm.
And, enjoy Oh. Look at all the stuffs. Jeepers creepers. Who's this Spod 411?
She tweets a lot.
She takes
She's a
all
real
my
jerk.
stuff and
Fish.
sends them back out. Stupid non-conformist, whatever words I'm looking for. Brenda already threw me for a loop this morning. What's that even mean?
She gave me one of those too. And then I explained what it.
I tried to
Well, I
explain
mean, you're quoting someone in less than 140 characters, including their username and PCPGH hashtag.
Uh-huh.
You know, trying to get as much as you can
It
into
means
that.
watch the bloody replay if you're not going to be here.
Well,
Means a lot. Figured I would, give it several minutes. Because I know Chris is going over.
No, he just
I just.
Are you just finished?
People are getting coffee and
What was that?
sweets. People are getting coffee and sweets.
stuffs and things.
I know I need coffee and sweets. I'm not sweet enough.
You're so
Shut up,
sweet,
Superman.
Will.
I need the power. I need the electricity.
I don't.
Brought the charging box. It's not as cool as yours, but still.
No, but she did respond to one of my things, and I responded back explaining, like, this is what. She was like, oh.
My device will not connect. My phone very unknown.
Why?
I don't know.
I turned mine off. It connected right away, and then maybe they didn't change the password. I don't know. It wouldn't do
No, they didn't change the password. Mine connected.
the password. See if my computer's first. Oh, Crystal's
I want to use Christmas.
Who's Crystal?
I don't know.
Your name, Crystal?
Oh, no. They were turning on hotspots when the Wi-Fi wasn't working. I think that's why.
Crystal's iPhone. One part.
Like, so
You know
Crystal,
that
I can't
802
remember. I definitely
one
met her
is
yesterday,
one
but I can't remember which one she is.
I was trying to do the web one.
Oh, hey.
Oh, that's
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Good to
Good to
see
see you,
you.
Brett.
Hey, look.
Yeah.
That might have been the worst selfie you've ever taken. Sorry.
There you go. See,
You doing a video of yourself?
I am.
I mean, you could totally show that picture out, but I would.
Right.
It was not a great angle for you.
I forget the Periscope. They want us to use a specific. The Podcamp PGH sessions. You were like,
TCPGH X.
no, they want a specific hashtag for the Periscope Meerkat sessions that people could do.
Well, the everything else is back up, so.
Can I ask an important question? Where are we having lunch today?
Some were good, not noodles. You had noodles last time, and I wasn't impressed.
I said noodles. And also those. Chipotle.
Chipotle's closing all their stores.
What?
Why?
No, they're not.
That
You're
sounds
a
like
liar.
a great way to get people to worry.
I'm telling you, I saw. Where did I see that today? Facebook was it?
This person's stuff looks like it's good.
Can't believe everything you read on Facebook.
Just saying. I heard
Somebody
on
told me.
Facebook. Yeah, somebody.
I
read that.
don't know if
I read that on.
I read that on Facebook.
Right.
I don't know if it was there or someone else. I've never been to
I think I get started. Perhaps. Just very happy that my new special adapter here is working. It has every adapter you would need on it to. It's got HDMI, VGA. It's like the best tool ever. So don't even watch this session. Just go buy this adapter instead, and you're good to go with everything.
you reply.
What?
You reply.
From who? Oh. Uh, yes and no.
quite as bad as yesterday. Yeah.
The driveway.
And the parkways
Yeah.
I think it reopened. I think I saw someone say it reopened.
I avoid the parkways just on principle. So when people are like, are they closed? I'm like,
I came in from Second Avenue and once I hit downtown, I literally missed every single light. Like, they did not plan out the Boulevard of the Allies very well because red, okay, green, great.
I just want to make sure there's not too many people out there.
Oh, just kidding. Stop it.
There's another class up there.
Yeah, there's more.
In the hallway.
Okay, so I shall get started, I suppose. First of all, my name's Will Reynolds Young. It's conveniently hidden inside my Twitter handle there, W Reynolds Young. Unfortunately, Will Reynolds Young doesn't fit, so you'll just have to drop the ILL. So they'll
Drop the L.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Don't feel anymore.
How many of you guys, I know everyone in this room basically, except for, well, I'm going to know you in a minute.
Cool.
So tell me about yourself. Is this your first Podcamp, second Podcamp, seventh Podcamp, 10th Podcamp?
This is my first podcast. My name is Lynn. I am the co-owner of a public relations firm.
Okay,
Been in business for 18 plus years.
okay. Becky, you want to tell who you are in the group? You know, because I said your name, but,
I'm Becky
and you work.
for a large bank.
Okay. Joby. We're introducing each other.
Oh,
It's a
you're-
small,
well,
intimate session.
then you introduced me.
Well, I did one part of introducing you,
Oh.
but now what do you do?
I'm Joby. I'm the bald fat guy. I make shaving related videos, testing products, other things.
But more importantly, you repair phones.
I repair iPhones and
Yeah.
other things.
my name's Dawn Patton. I tweet at Red10Mama, PGH. I actually have friends who have small businesses who have been like, you have to help me on social media. And I'm like, so that's why I'm not because that's what I do for a living, but because
You want to help your friends?
I want to help.
Okay.
I'm Chris Young. I was son that goes to Podcamp a lot. And I try to kind of tag along with him. And I own a small business, employee benefits consultant. If I have any questions, I always ask him. He knows the answers. I know.
Robin, right now I'm a stay-at-home mom. I've done web design and a variety of debating, trying to get back into things and kind of use this, kind of see everybody again and maybe refresh some things in my brain.
You walked in at the perfect time. We were introducing ourselves, so you can introduce yourself now too.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Diaz. I'm a wedding and portrait photographer based in Pittsburgh. And I'm here to socialize and take pictures of all of you. Check me on Twitter.
There we go. Okay. That's what I wanted to get out of the way, so we all knew each other. That answers all my other questions. So the most important thing about social media is it's literally word of mouth on steroids. So a lot of people think of social media as something like new and special. Unfortunately, it's not really new nor special. It's just, word of mouth that was then brought online and someone was like, oh, this works out. So don't get too excited about it sometimes. The biggest asset of a small business is not necessarily your business. The asset is you. That's why people take out insurance on themselves when they own a small business. And then the other asset of your business is obviously your customers. So as Chris said earlier, I guess he stole everything. It's about serving your customers. Without you inside the business, there is no business really. So one thing that I was doing with this presentation a lot is I was looking up like what are the biggest social networks and how has it changed over the last few years since I've done this presentation. And the best part is Facebook has dominated the top and continuously dominated the top. But what's really interesting to me is looking across the world to see what other social networks there are. So does anyone have a guess on what the number 2 social network is?
It's the one in China. I forget what it's called.
Okay.
But it's like Twitter-like.
So how about this? What do you think is...
So I was wrong.
No, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. I just,
okay.
I wanted to allude to something else. What do you think is like the top social networks here in the United States?
Twitter.
Twitter and Facebook.
Facebook.
Instagram.
LinkedIn.
So I already gave you that Facebook is at the top, but this is where it gets tricky because it says Google Plus is up there, but that's very tricky because Google Plus is part of every Google product at this point. So I'm going to show you this spiffy little list here, perhaps. So there is the as of January 2015. So you can see it's Facebook, QQ, Ozone, and then WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, WeChat, Google Plus, Skype, Instagram, Twitter, Tumblr, Viber, don't even know how to pronounce that, Line, not even sure how to pronounce that, and then Snapchat is there at the bottom. So what I see in this list is a lot of the social networks that we use here in the United States aren't necessarily social networks that are used across the world. So like WhatsApp, well, it is a social app. It's really about communication between people. So the only way the business is really going to use that is to perhaps communicate with customers if they were an international brand of some kind. The point that I'm trying to make here is there are a shit ton of social networks, and you can't be on all of them, and I can't really tell you which ones to be on. It's up to you to know where your customers are and where you can connect with them best. So while Facebook has the people, which is amazing, it might not be your best social network. People might not, find you on there. They might not care that you're on there. You might find that in your business, WhatsApp is really great. So the example I think of is if you're a small business of one, you don't have a website or something like that, and you're just connecting between people, WhatsApp might be a really good tool because you can make groups inside of it, and then you can have a group conversation with people who interact often within your business. So it might be not an external tool you're using, but an internal tool too. So these social networking tools can be used internally and externally. So another great example is Facebook. Facebook has groups, and Facebook groups are great for internal communication between teams. If you really want to, you might have a graphic designer you work with on occasion, you might have someone else that helps you. So those are kind of ways that everything is in one place in those conversations rather than a bunch of email. So I use Facebook Messenger a lot with talking to people just because it's easy. People tend to have it on their phones. I might not have their phone number yet. It might just be something we use a lot to talk.
Is QQ that Chinese social network?
Yeah. So the total population of the world is around 7.2 billion people. The internet users are about, I guess it would be under half that at 3 billion plus. Active on social media is 2 billion plus. And then here's the one who really confuses me. 3.6 billion unique mobile users. So if you think about this, there are 3.6 billion unique mobile users. So there's the statistics that I just read off there. So there are more internet users on mobile. So in a lot of developing countries, and not even in developing countries, but here, people are using mobile before they're using anything else. It's their primary access. So something really interesting that Chris said in his presentation is someone basically was tricking people with email marketing by saying it was sent from my iPhone, and people were then more likely to read it, open, and enjoy it. And so I want to take the back end of that and say, when you're designing something or when you're doing something for your small business, think of someone viewing it on their screen, their small mobile screen. Don't think of them viewing it on a big web page, on a big screen like this. Because people are browsing on their mobile devices first, basically, at this point. the average user, anyone want to guess how much they spend on social media? The average user, how many hours per day?
2.7.
Yeah. I just realized it was at the bottom there. So smart, so smart. I mean, Justin actually said it in his keynote too. And that's the other thing we see is that people are spending more and more time on social media and less time on other things. And not necessarily that it's they're watching less TV or they're browsing the internet less. It's that they're might be spending less time with family. They might be spending less time going out with friends, or they might just be sleeping less or never sleeping. So I'm going to talk and kind of overview a bunch of different social networks and perhaps best practices of them. So Twitter is my personal favorite. And the reason is because it's connected to me to so many different people. And one of my favorite tools about Twitter is actually search.twitter.com. So Twitter search is something that is really powerful to use to just figure out about whatever you're doing. So we're going to do a search right now on Twitter for PCPGHX. So that's obviously the event we are right now. What did I do? Oh, I added an H. All right. So we got a lot of good photos from the other night, but then we have Miss Sinbin can't make it for this morning, maybe later. And so obviously I'm applying it to this event here, but we can apply it to anything. So my business is skincare. So I'm going to look up ripped hands real quick, which might bode some interesting photos. We're getting a lot of not. So I'm going to go instead with CrossFit hands instead. So here's someone writing about CrossFit, ripping your hands at CrossFit, hurt your hands. So in my business, we could then, so for this one here, I would find the thread and see what they're talking about. But I'm going to skip to a more individual reply here. That up there, the article being written is kind of an opportunity to reach out to whoever wrote that article or whoever is on that thread. But what I'm trying to do here is to reach out to an individual people. Okay, so here we go. Completed our first day of CrossFit, hands are goners. So I would reply to them with something like, hope you had a first day at CrossFit, and then I would share with them an article that we wrote about hand care on CrossFit. And you can apply that theory across here. The hardest thing is going to be finding your best keywords to look for. There we go. Thank you for my beautiful CrossFit hands. And then, you know, they do have pretty beautiful hands even with the CrossFit hands. So I can let them know that and then share with them some value. So instead, I'm not saying buy my product. I'm linking them to an article that we wrote on how they can better care for their hands, of course, including our product, but it's giving them other value as well. It's not just selling them a product. But that's why, I mean, Twitter search is a boundless fun of what's going on in the world. And it doesn't just have to be at events, because we can endlessly use it here for this event specifically to just see who's at the event, who's not at the event, who wants to be at the event. So just think of all those different people as customers. Oh, look, here's my photo. That's why it's always really fun going through these and seeing who's where and doing what. So it's great not just in real time, but in the evening you can go back, and this is a way. Oh, Sorg was here, and he was obviously watching Chris Brogan speak, and I didn't really get to meet Sorg, so maybe he's someone we want to meet and have coffee with after this. So I think of literally search.twitter.com as my toolkit. Another great resource to get involved on Twitter is what's called Twitter chats. So there's Twitter chats on absurd amounts of topics, and I can't even begin to touch the surface, but there's this Tweet Reports website, and they have a Twitter chat schedule. If you literally Google Twitter chat schedule, it'll come up. It will give you chats by the day of the week, the time, and there's chats for, oh my goodness, everything. So you can find a chat for your business or something that it involves for your business, and there actually is a PR chat as well that I can think of specifically, and get involved. You'll connect with people who are in your business, but also people who are learning about the business as well.
For instance, on this one, on the nonprofit, can you limit your chat to people that are in this area? Or does it have to be like San Francisco all across any place in the world?
So when you search that hashtag, it's going to give you everyone. You can limit Twitter search, so that's something that I kind of skipped over in essence of time. You can limit Twitter search by advanced search here, and inside here you can say not from the place. Yeah. And you can say, it looks like they changed it a little bit. So you can, obviously we want English, but
I got you.
I mean, oh, here we go, near this place, I see. So you can say, I just want it from this area. The thing that you're going to run into is not everyone is necessarily tagging what area they're in. So like for me, it's going to look at two different things depending on what kind of application we're using for Twitter search. This one is going to look at whether the tweet was tagged for the area. So if you turn off location services and the tweet's not tagged for that area, it's just not going to show up. So you're kind of missing out there. The other thing that sometimes people look a lot is the bio. So like your Twitter bio, you have, you know, where you are, but mine says Pittsburgh and Austin, Texas. So it's not necessarily a single place. So the computer's not going to be able to figure out, oh, Pittsburgh and Austin, Texas, those are two different places. It's looking up Pittsburgh, PA, and, or slash is what I have, Austin, Texas. It obviously then goes through a bunch of other things that you can, you know, go down by. So perhaps before, when I was looking at the search of ripped hands, I could then start taking out words that I'm seeing in there that are making my search not what I want. Because we saw, when I put in ripped hands, we saw a lot of people talking about ripped and then something else with hands. So I could take, right. So maybe I could then put in football and say not football, something like that. But then, of course, I run the risk of people saying, oh, you know, football, and then they rip their hands at football, and I'm not going to get those people. So anyway, Twitter chats, there are Twitter chats for every kind of thing here, and this list updates all the time. So one of my favorite Twitter chats is actually Run Chat. So let's look about Run Chat here, what's happening now. So Run Chat actually happens every Sunday in the evening, and it alternates by week. So Run Chat, oh, Run Chat sounds better. Maybe I was thinking about another Twitter chat. So Run Chat has their own handle and everything. But you're going to see people here talking about what runs they're doing every day of the week. So it's not necessarily something you specifically have to be there for the chat as well. It's something that through the week content can be provided and shared on that handle. People talk a lot about creating their own hashtags in a way, and it's just typically a terrible idea unless it's around the community in this circumstance. So you might think about creating your own chat. You might want your own local PR chat. I might want to start my own skincare chat. And those are ways of building community on and off Twitter. And obviously, these hashtags can expand to other social networks as well. So this Sunday's Run Chat is at 10 Eastern, if you felt like the need to join. So you're seeing varying skill levels in this Run Chat. Any questions about Twitter at this point before I move on? I have a couple more things about Twitter, but I don't want to spend too much time on it.
Can I just ask quick, what's your favorite platform for managing tweet chats? Or do you just kind of go with Twitter? And
you know, it's a good question. I haven't found something that I love for managing Twitter chats. I've used all of the different applications out there that I could ever think of, and nothing has really popped out to me. I just stick with the app that I'm currently comfortable with, which is Tweetbot, or if it's for work, then I use Echo Phone. because I'm familiar with them. I'm familiar with how they work all the time, rather than using something different. A lot of people enjoy Hootsuite for that kind of thing. Not really a fan at all. Buffer is only for scheduling out, so you can't really search there. But
Right.
I mean, as you can see, the Twitter website it alone is actually not too shabby to use. It's not something I would recommend all the time, but it might be what you're most comfortable with at this point.
I like using tweetchat.com because you have the whole conversation in one screen.
Yeah. A lot of people, there's another one that I can't remember the name of that falls like that too. And it can get difficult, especially the app that I use, like I said, Tweetbot. If you use it, it uses real time. So it's going to constantly update based on what's happening. And then depending on the app, sometimes it pins things to the top. So if you're in a chat like Run Chat that has thousands of people, it might be easier to use something like TweetChat where you can slow it down. So a couple of quick stats about Twitter is there's 284 million active users. 88% of those are mobile. So again, the mobile that we were talking about, Twitter is primarily mobile. People here at this event are constantly tweeting. People aren't typically going to their computer and tweeting. That is one thing when it comes to Twitter chats is I don't want to say impossible to do it mobilely, but it's very difficult. It's definitely an advantage to have the computer screen and then extra real estate, extra screen space to be able to type out. And obviously also the ability to kind of move with the mouse a lot quicker.
Mm-hmm.
But most people, again, are browsing Twitter mobilely or using it mobilely. There's 500 million tweets a day on Twitter too. So the one that I'm going to spend most of the time on is going to be Facebook, but I'm going to leave that for last. So I'm going to skip through a couple of other networks here because there's plenty of them out there. So we got LinkedIn, and LinkedIn has quickly become one of my favorite tools within the last year or so. Not just being able to connect with other small business people, but being able to connect with business owners or just possible employees or assets, I would call them, social assets, in other parts of the country. So I might own a small business here, and that's great. But what could I learn from Joe, who owns a similar small business in Texas? And by sharing stuff back and forth, we're not going to compromise each other's business because we're in our own areas, and that'll be valuable for Joe. That'll be valuable for me. So it's a win-win, and those are the kind of things that I would look for when trying to connect with someone on LinkedIn beyond people you already know. Another really valuable thing to LinkedIn is the recommendations. So it's not just a recommendation of you or your services, but it is beyond that. So obviously you have real life recommendations, but LinkedIn allows people to put it out there. So I'm just going to scroll down here. So I have a recommendation from John Quayle talking about Pittsburgh Tweet Up and Pittsburgh Tweet Up designs when it was refreshed. So as someone who's connecting with me and maybe not know me, they can see, oh, John Quayle says that this person did a good job within this. And scroll down here. Well, Karen Wells says that I'm a good coordinator and I look up to them with respect and great work ethic. So these are the kind of things that you can build to build your social cloud. To say, hey, I don't suck at what I do. I might actually know what I'm talking about. And obviously, there's no spot on here for complaints. So you have to take it with that kind of thing. But I was able to at least convince Kevin and Ryan and those other people, will you spend a little bit of time and write something about me so I can share it with other people I might possibly work with. Very much as you can use Twitter chat, or Twitter search rather, you can use LinkedIn search. So a lot of these networks have something very, very similar in terms of search where you can narrow down things. So Facebook has what's called graph search. LinkedIn just has search. Twitter is Twitter search. So these are all tools that you can use across social networks. Pinterest has a really great search as well, actually. A lot of people think of LinkedIn as business to business, but there's obviously people to connect with there beyond that, because we're all people. There's people behind the businesses as well. Anyone want to ask anything specific about LinkedIn before I move on?
I think they have different groups you can join in LinkedIn too.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I personally haven't gotten involved in the groups a lot, but I've been told that they can be very powerful and helpful. I just haven't put the time into it at all. So definitely groups would be a thing for someone to look into. One of the interesting things about LinkedIn is I find that the people who are most active there are very eager, because there's 347 million members on LinkedIn, and 39 million of those people are students or recent college graduates. In the session we were in the other day, people were talking a lot about how they felt they needed to be on LinkedIn. And that's kind of where it is, I suppose, because when I got on LinkedIn, I felt like I needed to be there. But now at this point, it's an invaluable point in my toolkit. Like, it's just incredibly valuable, because LinkedIn has allowed me to connect with new people, reach out to new people, but then also stay connected to those people that I might not have been stayed connected to, because I can see their history and what's going on. And maybe I forgot that, I was a dispatcher at Clarion or whatever. And, that's something, that's why I connected with that person in the first place.
So I tend to not accept requests from people who I have no clue who they are.
Yeah.
It sounds like maybe that's not a smart thing to do from a business perspective.
Yes and no. So I don't want to accept, I guess, from everyone. No. Because I see a lot of people just sending out requests, and that's not going to get you anywhere. But I would say that if someone writes you a note with their request of like, hey, I've met you at this conference, I'd like to connect, then that, might be something you might possibly know. But just open connections of someone you've never met and they wrote nothing about it, I would not accept that.
So being a photographer, I rely a lot on blogging and media.
Uh-huh.
My question would be, and I'm also LinkedIn.
Yeah.
For anybody who wants to. My question would be, should I be, as a photographer, invest more time on Facebook or on LinkedIn instead?
For a photographer, it's so difficult because, if you're shooting a wedding, if I did everything right, I only got married once in my life. So you still possibly have me as a client because I'm single, but you're looking for those referrals, as people are talking about. So LinkedIn, you can build your referral network there by people saying, oh my goodness, he was a great photographer. He, did a really good job. I really enjoyed the edits of the photos. He's a great guy. So you have that kind of clout there. Getting involved in photography groups there could be really valuable. But the other thing is that I see a lot with photography is people don't necessarily understand the finesse behind the camera. So they're looking at a lot of really great pictures. So I know a photographer friend who shares a lot of the photos that they take with a great caption on Facebook. And that's a way that you can really stay connected with your customers. So in terms of it, I would balance my time. I would put more towards, I guess, the group on Facebook, and then more towards the individual on LinkedIn, I guess, is kind of a general rule as well, honestly.
Do you find people on LinkedIn are thinking of things that are happening in their non-corporate world? The wedding picture, for example. I feel like when I'm talking to people on LinkedIn, I should be doing a corporate approach rather than a personal approach.
I think that's the thing that we see meshing more and more. So like in an older generation, we see that we're two different people all the time. We're this professional and we're this person. But social media is very much combining those things. And that's, I think, something that in the next 20 years, we're going to see getting more and more comfortable with. Something I'm struggling a lot with personally right now is I would like to move to Austin for a job, but I also want to represent myself properly online and be a professional. So a company might be looking at my profiling saying, hey, he really supports this initiative and we don't, so I'm not going to hire him because of that. I think in the next, as the time goes on, we're going to see people being treated as people, I guess is what I'm saying. So at this point, it's very much a professional thing. people are viewing people as professionals on LinkedIn, and it skews towards professional marketing. But he's a professional you're trying to hire. So if you're really looking for his professional image, then that's where you're going to find him the best. His personal image is going to be more probably projected on Facebook, even if it is his page. So that answers the question.
Yeah. Do you think it's generational still as far as attitudes? Like the people on LinkedIn that are 50 and younger versus the ones that are 20-ish are using it different?
Honestly, I think a lot of the people on LinkedIn that are 20-ish college grads are there because their professor, their teacher, someone told them they had to be there. I don't really find the market there to be the younger generation because they're just trying to figure out what on earth is going on in the world to where they can get a job. They might frankly not care. They think of social networks as a place to meet them and to have fun, not a place to be professional and find a job, basically. I think of it as all of those things above.
I think separate LinkedIn and Facebook. I think people that are professional, like people on LinkedIn and help them on Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly very much of a personal choice.
And some of those things that some friends share, I don't want them seeing that associated with me. Like, for a while, when one of my sister-in-laws would post pictures of herself, I don't want them to see that with me. I just kept them on LinkedIn and stuff like that. I separate the rescue, the animal, the pit bulls. A lot of people are scared to death of them, so I just kind of leave them on professional. And people who want to see that, and then Facebook.
It's very much of we're thinking of segmenting people inside these networks. And I think if we segment people too much inside of our networks, we're not really showing who we are. So I would be careful about it. As much as you want to represent yourself professionally or whatever, on a social network, you should be you. And that might be not sending that tweet ever because everyone can read it. Because think of if always on LinkedIn, you only post professional stuff, and on Facebook, you only post personal stuff. In 5 years down the road, that starts to change, and you decide, oh, I could use this a little bit for, this person I met at the conference, and they seem like a really good guy. I'd love to connect with them further. But then they're going to start seeing that personal stuff. It's not as if you post this right now, and it's never going to be seen again. All I did the other week was like one of my own photos on Facebook from a really long time ago. And then it started popping up in everyone's feeds again. Someone might do that themselves. They might be looking back at my photos and be like, oh my goodness, Will used to be a really cute kid. I don't know what happened. And comment that on his Facebook. So then that's going to start popping up in everyone's feeds. The message that I'm trying to get across here is that don't post something online that you wouldn't be comfortable sharing with your father or your grandmother. Because that's, if you're not comfortable with that in yourself, then you probably have a lot more examining to kind of go for. And I realize that people want to segment themselves online, very much so, but I don't think it's a possibility.
Do you find employers are going online to look at these things to see about the people they're hiring?
Employers go online all the time. And I'm going to use it to my advantage when employers go online. And they're going to ask, they're going to look on my LinkedIn, they're going to look at my Facebook, they're going to look at my Twitter. Instead, I'm going to find them and be like, hey, hire me. Yeah. And if they're looking there and they see that, that's going to stand out to them. I'm just going to flip it right back around on them. Employers are obviously going to prejudge what they see online about you. But here's what I want to ask about this. If you post that you love pit bulls or you don't like pit bulls online, an employer doesn't want to hire you because of that, is that an employer you want to work for? Right. It's really tough in the moment to say, hey, right now, I need a job and I just want to erase everything that's ever happened because they hire me. But how long are you really going to stay at that job and enjoy it if they're judging you on that one? And obviously you're being judged inside of the field, but use that profile to stand out. Don't use it as a mechanism to be afraid.
I do a lot of hiring, and I would only want to hire a human. So I expect you've got a personal life. You do things, you have interests. Yeah, I mean, you, if they're so regimented, I'm not gonna hire them either, because I figure they got a lot to hide. If they're only putting up this little sliver of very professional, everything's polished, I don't trust you either. I want a person that's well-rounded, that has friends, that goes out and has fun at a party.
Yeah.
You know, there's an extreme if they're, but I'm looking for a well-rounded person, yeah.
I mean, I would say with me, I keep I'm in a lot of networking groups and stuff on Facebook and business groups and marketing or whatever, and I get, I'll comment on somebody's post and then they like send me a friend request. I have the same persona, I guess, same personality. It's all me across all my channels. I don't really try to do like business me and personal me. But I won't friend random business connections on Facebook because I share a lot more information about my kids and where we're going and stuff that I don't necessarily want to be public. And I have my Facebook profile private for that reason. But it's my friends and my family and people I actually like do social time with. But I'll still mention my kids on other platforms and stuff. I mean, I don't hide the fact that I have kids. So it's basically, it's not so much for me at least, segmenting my audience. It's just choosing which content they get to see. You know, I'm going to keep the more personal stuff on a more personal level, but it's still me on whatever.
Which is frankly your personal stuff, only your personal friends want to see.
Exactly. You know, so I mean, I will talk about on the less personal ones, the fact that I have like kids and foster pets and why I think, you know, people should help them and stuff like that. But, you know, they're not going to see the pictures of my kids when I know it's Great Park because that's just it's not necessary. That has no bearing on whether or not they choose to work with me. I let them see the personal side of me so they can, like you said, you want to see a person. They know they can figure out me as a human without necessarily seeing the pictures of my kids and, like, you know, my cousin's graduation party and stuff.
That's where it's going to become really interesting and ever evolving because when we think of a small business, like, you know, if it's your web design thing, the small business is you only.
Right.
You know, for me, the small business would be the 5 or the 6 of us.
Mm-hmm.
So on one end, I might connect with one of our athletes online as a friend on Facebook, but I might not connect with our large distributor.
Exactly.
So there's those lines that you kind of need to draw, but I think they're just going to continuously and continually skew. And obviously, for LinkedIn, you're going to see, you know, there's profiles, there's public sides to that. Basically, even when there is private profile, there's a public side to everything. So, you know, check out what's there. Most of them allow you to view them as someone else or public. So I'll do that.
I think there is specifically even a view profile as public
Yes.
option on LinkedIn, so you can very
Right,
easily
there is for
see
Facebook too, yeah.
what the rest of the world sees.
Here's my Facebook profile, and I can just, in the upper right-hand corner, I just went to Facebook and then went to my own profile. Just do view as, and now it's viewing as the public profile, but I can do it as a specific person. So you can see what I've chosen to share is my name. You know, it's going to obviously have your thing up here. So, you know, in your profile picture, you're representing, you know, that I'm for Team Tony, as you can tell. We can scroll down and we can see I've shared that picture publicly of me, my profile picture that I changed. You can see the sunset I chose to share publicly, a concert I went to. I purposely did these kind of things to make me a well-rounded person in public. Like I made conscious decisions of what I was doing. So then really interesting Facebook tips post that I shared publicly. As we scroll down, cover photo, some really great photos of a friend. So I mean, you can view it as anyone you want, and you, like you said, you can do that with LinkedIn. I'm trying to think what other social networks. Twitter, it's obviously your bio. There's not much there to it.
And unless you have a private feed, everything on Twitter is public.
Right. So we have like.
What's that?
If you had it private, you said to go public, that all becomes
Right.
public.
It's an all or nothing that doesn't protect a lot of stuff.
So I'm going to just share some tools that I enjoy here. I will just put it up on the screen so you can see here. So some tools that I like to use. Canva is great for image editing. It's really simple. Don't tell the photographer in the room, but when I take pictures, I don't really ever edit them. I know. I might crop something, but my idea is that as a small business, I want to use this photo as quickly and as possible as I can. So I'm trying to put the least amount of work into the most effective thing. Infographics, PictoChart. Infographics look really effing cool. Like they're so freaking cool, and they're not hard to make. So I made an infographic just about skincare and sun safety. It was just a bunch of simple facts I knew. It was things that I referenced, and it was a really awesome little infographic. Google Analytics, endlessly amazing for website statistics, will tell you way more than you ever wanted to know in your life, and also might just terrify you. Mention, Talkwater Alerts, or Google Alerts, my favorite tool ever for Twitter mentions. So Mention is an application that I've shared in this many times, and it allows you to just put all kinds of mentions. So you can see me monitoring competitors, you can see me monitoring our own stuff. I even have at the bottom the one for Podcamp Pittsburgh, which is obviously very active. I would not commit to this tool unless you're really invested in the web. It's not cheap. But there is Talkwater Alerts and Google Alerts that are free. Certainly not as advanced as this, but Mention is definitely top notch. And it doesn't just look at Twitter, like pulling from Twitter search. It pulls from every source ever, and gets even further than that.
What's the cost of that?
I don't know the cost at this point, to be honest, because I am back in an old plan. Yeah.
How do you use it?
So inside here, I've created alerts on the left-hand side. So climb on products, that specific phrase, climb on bar, crossfix. And inside those alerts, I can choose what network I want. So I'm saying this is for my company.
So does this
This is what I'm
search the internet?
This searches the whole internet.
And give you all the stuff that comes up with those words?
Yeah. So I'm gonna, I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Just trying to think of something good. I'm just gonna put in Evernote because it's a cool app. So I'm just monitoring people mentioning Evernote. Then I can even add in more alerts. It can get real confusing. I just keep it simple. Go forward. You can change language. Oh, okay. How do I use the information? So one of the big things I see is a lot of our customers are mentioning us online, and we might not necessarily be seeing it. So I'm using it to thank them. I'm using it to reach out to new customers. I'm using it to find customers. I'm using it to see literally what my competitors are doing online. So there are several of our competitors. I'm using it to mention my own name. So for example, something that I've seen on here is that someone wrote an article about a competitor. So I might see what they wrote it about and then reach out to other people to write that very similar article about us instead. I might use it to just literally see what a competitor's doing or where they're mentioned or who's talking about them, see what new niches they might be going into, or at the simplest, as I said first, thanking someone for their business that I didn't know existed or tweeted about us because they didn't specifically mention us. In terms of just our website, you can see people who have written about us or who have linked to our website. And then, I can go specifically on their blog post. It's kind of a search on steroids, I would call it, basically. But you can also use it in a proactive manner too. So that same CrossFit hand search that I did, I have that on there. And with inside mention, you can favorite things or prioritize things. So you're getting the best alerts all the time. That's why it's so much more powerful than Talkwater or Google Alerts. Those give you everything. But let's say your business has something big coming up. So I was working on a right to work campaign. So I set up alert for right to work and just to see who was writing about it. So then I was able to say, hey, I can reach out to these people who are writing about it currently to ask them to cover us. Other tools here, it's if this, then that. The easiest way to explain it is it allows you to do something based on something. It's conditional. So for me personally, if someone tags me on Facebook, then it saves the photo to my Dropbox. Some people use it to say, if someone follows me on Twitter, then it tweets thank you to them. Someone says, if I post a photo on Twitter, then post it on Facebook, post it on Instagram. Just examples of things that it can do. And they have what are called recipes on there that allow you to do different actions. Jing is one of like my favorite tools of all time in terms of showing people something. So we have a website where people are buying things and they might not necessarily understand how to use it. So Jing allows me to easily record my screen, show them exactly what they need to do, and then send it back. So for you, it might be you're trying to get an electronic proposal signed so you can show them easily how to do it that way. But it's kind of a quick answer tool. We might see things that we want to save for later and deal with later. So Pocket and Evernote are tools that kind of do that. You might see something on Twitter, you might see something on Facebook that you want to save for later. Facebook actually has a feature built in now. One of the biggest things about creating content for your business is creating your own content or finding content to share. So Zeit is a news reader that adapts to what you're reading. Reddit is a social media site where you can find communities based on topics. So you can find information there. Or BuzzSumo allows you to find content based on a keyword. So you could literally just type in climbing or PR and you can see what the top articles are being shared there and then check it out. Or images are always important online. Wikipedia or Wikimedia has a public domains image place. My favorite ever is just you have customers and they may or may not have a phone that is capable of taking pictures and they may or may not be willing to share that photo with you if you ask. In fact, I've never had a customer turn me down when I ask to share their image. They're normally extremely excited. And I'm super excited too because I don't then have to get another image too. Not to mention I can feature them and thank them. Flickr Creative Commons as well. Some folks that I like to follow, Gary V, Unmarketing, and the Buffer blog, and then there's some other links there in terms of places to kind of read about small business tools and entrepreneurship. So Mashable has a social media thing. Social Media Examiner is a really great site to just, in general, talk about social media. Duct Tape Marketing has some really interesting low-cost marketing ideas. HubSpot. I guess I could let me see that a little bit longer.
You could just make your Evernote file public and share it.
I could do that, but then I would have to kill all of you because it is my secret power weapon of everything. But I will actually. I'm going to make.
I'll just screenshot it and put it on Twitter.
Good idea.
Honestly, let's not forget that all of this is going to be available through the.
And I'm recording it, and it's live streaming right there, and it's recording over there. So hopefully my competitors watch it, and they know I'm watching.
So now we have you on record that you're going to kill us. So
yes.
if something happens,
if anyone in this room, just find me. I was actually planning to make on my website already, wrry.me. I already have a post there in the About section of tools I like to use. But I'm going to make a new post with this in not horrible formatting because this is my jumbled notes that I literally looked at and then just decided, hey, it'd be nice to put it up on the screen and share. So you don't have to quickly look down social media or whatever. Okay, I'm all done. You're free. Go eat things.
Ooh, eat things.
By the way, I endorsed your LinkedIn. Just in case you
Yay! Thank you. What did you endorse me for, though?
I think it was pulling.
Darn. I was hoping you were endorsing me for being a jagoff. I feel like that would be the best thing to get.
That's not my.
You have to create it as an option.
I can do that for you if you really want me to.
I almost want to, but I almost want to in the other circumstance. I'm not sure if anyone outside of Pittsburgh will get the reference.
Right, and then it's totally lost. But then they have to Google things.
Yeah, and then they're going to remember the person who taught them jagoff, right?
Thanks, Will.
I can tell you all this a lot.
How you doing?
See you.
See you. What are you doing? Still fancy?
Yeah, I just got a new gig. I'm starting next week. Gonna be an analyst. In retail.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Good for you. Who you be working with?
Healthcare operations.
No, you don't. You just do man. You go Amanda.
Right. I don't know how many people.
Yeah.
That's true.
So healthcare analytics.
Yeah, basically healthcare, funding healthcare, not like healthcare.
Okay.
Don't worry. It's worried. Better.
It's really neat.
Really helping us.
Old fat guy, huh?
Trust us.
We good. How you doing? Good to see you. Were you from last year?
What designer? And knows she's way around what.
I'd ask.
The question is, how much are you looking to do? Because that could be me or that could be someone else.
I love
I was
my
like,
son.
man,
You don't share anything that you wouldn't share with your father.
That's right.
$50 an hour. But
Well, I know those things.
it depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, so I typically don't build websites like that because it doesn't make sense. I just figure out
When I
what
came
needs
in, I
done.
had to get my phone out. Everybody had their phones out, but their phones, so I had to get it out.
What do you do?
I was tweeting. I was quoting him.
I saw that. I mean, it was up there.
I like to keep that.
Was it?
Oh, yeah. Did you see it? When he filled
No,
up his thing?
I was busy quoting. I was busy typing more
It was
stuff.
amazing.
Make it a little more
Yeah.
image
Well, one of the nice
focused.
things about this is that you can
Do you-
take snippets of things.
Do you have like a
and put them
backend
on
right
there
now
so
that you
people
use for
can't
people
attend
to like
actually
view their
follow along
images or
with the
download
hashtag
them
on it.
or?
They just follow the
that.
hashtag like you're just pointing out.
Ah,
So here's my picture, here's this, here's whatever. So
On
that
Twitter,
way, if they,
right?
yeah,
Let's,
if they can't make it,
let's
and obviously
schedule
the live
some lunch
stream
or
can be up
dinner
too, but if
or
they're, curious what's
breakfast,
being
not breakfast,
said,
I don't like that for
you can just
breakfast.
kind of blast out.
Yeah, that was such a pertinent
Lunch
one.
then. Lunch.
Of course.
Don't you have my card?
Yes.
I lost your
I
business card
remembered it.
because I'm terrible.
I am actually haven't said hi to any of you for a while. I don't tell them. So we're all on the
We're all
same page.
terrible.
Yeah, we're all terrible.
Well, here's
terrible.
here's the thing. As the guy who enjoys taking photos but not professionally, you get to choose a business card that has one of the photos that I took on the back of it. And this is
I
how
should do
you can
that.
steal for yourself. So we have like the parking lot in Settlers Ridge, outside my window at the house, outside window at home, Settlers
So
Ridge.
this is my old card. I can repeat you to it. This is my very first card that I ever done before. And that was when I went to shoot. I have,
And you don't still use those to photograph everything?
you know the new wave of DSLRs are actually mirrorless, and they're probably the size of your iPhone. As a matter of fact, many people thought 5 years ago that the iPhone would destroy the industry of photography because of so many things you can do with it.
Yeah.
Having said that, I don't think that's going to happen. But if I want to, as a street photographer, because I do that for fun, I like something as well that people would not be like afraid for
Yeah.
to post on the streets.
Right.
This is psychological effect.
Yeah.
What I do to take the best picture ever, and please don't quote me on this because photography will kill me. Is I will go in the streets and be like, I'm not even looking at you.
Yeah.
You already have me.
There you go.
Yes.
It's a great picture.
There was a
Great
cab
guy.
driver that
Great
every
guy.
morning he would buy a black and white throwaway. And as he was driving through New York, he would just out his window.
There was this guy who built a photo booth inside his pickup truck. He would drive and stop on purpose and take a picture. There are a couple people throw rocks at him.
Oh, really?
That was in Los Angeles, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Around.
Oh, jeez.
I think this one really captures the essence of Pittsburgh for you.
I actually
Dark and dreary.
Just because I'm brown. So
No. Pittsburgh has Pittsburgh. I did it once.
I like it.
I just think I don't even remember that photo's from, but I just know that is Pittsburgh. That doesn't represent Pittsburgh. That doesn't represent Pittsburgh. That doesn't represent Pittsburgh. No.
I like it. I
So,
actually like photos.
I feel like it's dark and dreary enough for Pittsburgh.
I ran out of my orchids, which is a good sign that business is growing.
That's good.
Yes, yes. But this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna spring get you going and share my contact with you.
Do it on social media. Or you don't have to give away, or just do it on social media.
You will, that's why I love iPhones. Because you can actually share your info with anybody that has one. So what's your number?
412
I don't have my phone.
657.
Yeah.
An Android.
Oh,
299.
Yeah, but you still share contacts.
You can still
It doesn't always work the same.
I looked at one of those phones the other day. Somebody gave me some other, it wasn't an iPhone, and I didn't know how to use it anymore. I mean,
And truly, if Will has your info, then I'm solid because I talk to Will every single
Never heard
day.
of it. Does anybody really use
Literally
it?
every single day.
Oops. I was hoping it'd stop on sound.
So,
Service
Hello
area.
Bistro?
Yes.
Hello, Bistro. Sorry. Every time somebody says SOA, I say service and oriented architecture.
This is lunchtime, right?
We did
It is
that.
lunchtime.
That
How
was
could
a-
you
It
forget?
was actually a team at USC.
That's a nice one.
Thing ever.
They created all the service oriented
Yeah, thanks. So,
Chris Bergen had to go and fuck up my presentation, didn't he?
What's that?
I hope that gets live streamed.
What's that?
It is. I'm gonna tell him it. I won't even need to. It doesn't need to be a live stream. I'd be like, "Hey, Chris, you
He's
fucked up
going
my."
through and commenting on people's tweets and posts and everything.
I'm glad. He very likes you, but
Hello. Anything you need? Set up?
Good.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
There's an audio jack just in case you need it. Everything else is pretty simple.
Yeah, I already tested it out. Just got to flip over the laptop and good. I got my output going right.
Very cool. The audio set over there as well. So raise it and lower it if you need it.
Yeah.
Okay. There's also lighting presets in there if you want to change it, the lighting or anything.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
I think we're good. I tried it out. Everything's pretty visible.
Okay. Just letting you know. It's pretty self-explanatory. Real easy.
until you get it right.
I keep going until I reach a point at which I have to force myself to stop.
All right. Since you're here to stand guard,
Yeah, go.
Where's your boy?
That's a restroom. Since I'm here to babysit.
You made us walk a long way.
I did?
Yeah.
Apparently I made him walk a long way.
Okay.
What's
We went
the-
back, we turned down the other road. And we turned right on.
Okay, I've taken you out there twice, and I've taken you the same way twice.
I'm just saying. So I'm going to apologize in advance. I will fall asleep.
He fell asleep during mine. I was mad at him.
I will
Like,
apologize.
you totally freaked me out because
Was.
you fell asleep. And he's like, I've been up since 4:30 in the morning.
I'll apologize in advance. I might fall asleep.
No, you won't.
Well, that sandwich I had.
You're right,
was-
because my heart rate is nice and elevated.
I wish my heart rate was elevated.
This is where Greg is. Awesome.
Huh?
That was the best sandwich I think I've ever had.
I was wondering where he was.
That's probably the nicest thing I've ever heard anyone say.
Which is?
This is where Greg is. It's awesome.
Yes.
I already took a picture of your name.
How not to break your feet. Do
Yes.
not copy YouTube
This
dead
is
links.
this is gonna get a little technical.
Excellent. This will be
Yes,
fun.
you guys will like this.
Yeah,
you will
absolutely.
definitely appreciate this. Very much.
Something new happened yesterday. I was recognized by voice. That's never happened to me before.
Ooh, that'd be kind of freaky, maybe?
No, just from guests appearing on the feed.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Were you
Cool.
just on?
I thought
Yeah, I
you
was
were
on a couple weeks ago.
For the 50th anniversary.
I thought you were just like
Yay!
software.
It's not the 50th anniversary. It's the 50th episode.
She said
We're
something
a
the
fifth of
day,
the way there.
and she said, I think she went. I think it was yay, 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 and she sang it.
Yeah.
It was like yeah, 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 and I was like, that was so Elsie. It was awesome.
Yeah.
You gotta love Elsie.
Yeah,
It's hard not to. It really. Not that I tried, but you know, it's recorded and it tastes.
Awesome. Now, can it read ectoplasmic readings?
I think that's the 6. This
All
is
right.
the 5.
So where's the mark button?
right there. What you do, it's kind of not a great button. It's this gizmo, and you push it in.
This one?
Yeah. But I love the fact that I can turn up the stuff while
Channel.
yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty
Gotta
sweet.
stretch it out.
See, that's
No
sweet.
roundhouse kicks. No roundhouse kicks.
It's usually it's the spin move that
And
gets me in
no
trouble.
Texas Ranger moves either.
Yeah, that's the one that I really hurt myself on.
Yeah.
Texas Ranger.
I love
You ever
Because
watch
I
that
don't know
show?
the name
love
of
that
it, but
commercial.
like
I have occasionally will watch.
Okay, he ends every episode by kicking a guy in the face the same exact way.
Walker?
I never
Yeah.
watched
same
it.
exact fatality.
Yes, same one every time. They just go finish him. Yeah, I hurt myself doing one of those kicks on a heavy bag. No, yeah.
I love
Like he'd kick it here, I'm kicking about there.
Well, I love the whole Chuck Norris. You know,
I'm glad it stopped.
it was pretty entertaining.
I met the guy who wrote the books on that stuff.
Did you?
Yeah, it was at a conference.
I ate too much.
Me too.
Oh, that sandwich was amazing.
It
Where'd
was
you go?
all about
The
himself.
Bellas? So is it recording with your earbud mic?
No. I'm just using that for headphones. I was seeing if it was on. That's the one thing that would be horrible to try at this point. Is you really need the clown nose for this thing, which did not pack, because it's hard to not get popping peas with this thing.
All right, so it looks like this is my crowd.
The one?
Almost.
People are still coming back from work, so give it a little
Yeah.
time.
I am in the death slot for a boring topic.
Stop.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna start throwing things at you if you keep that up.
Is the Google
Go ahead, I'll
still
feel at
alive?
home.
You didn't bring any rubber bands, did you?
Yeah, what are they stringing?
You know
this
what? I don't know what's in this bag.
Oh, no, no, no,
What is it?
no.
T-shirts?
It's an inside thing.
Okay.
Oh yes, I do have a bag of rubber bands. And some paper footballs.
I swear to God.
Well, no.
No, see, you should give me the bag of rubber bands. So if you start doing like the goofy
Some
thing,
expired navel ingestions.
I can shoot you.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm using the old laptop, so I have the old laptop bag, so who knows what's in there.
This was fun.
My power supply tried to go. Literally, it was sitting next to me. I heard it pop.
Pop. Nice.
I haven't got around to ordering one.
Oh, I don't want to open it there. It'll get lost.
Just trying to make you feel better. There's nobody watching the stream right now.
Okay.
Did you seriously just go look?
No, I wouldn't have made a funny face on the camera. What? It's an interesting way to do it though. To just fire up a Google Hangout and just let it run.
Let it run. How are you?
Right?
I think I'm gonna give it about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think
I
so.
think there's like one person in the main room, they said.
Wow.
Everybody's still at lunch, so.
It's all right. Just takes away from the questions.
You know what?
It's better than yesterday. I came back from the bathroom and the lights were off and everybody was gone. I was like, where's my laptop? So I left my friend to watch my bag. She left it in there. And I had
Oh,
to look for it and I found the registration desk.
that's when you find new friends.
So I was going, well, it's all in the backup drive. I had to do a restore and I'm still trying to get stuff back on it. I need to find somebody who's restored Thunderbird before I cannot get my email back. It's right there on my backup drive. I can see it, but it won't bring it into the profile. I've read the docs, I've gone to the terminal, everything. I'm like, it's right there.
Just use it.
I can see all my folders. I can see the stuff.
Have you tried like magic words?
Abracadabra?
Yeah.
The Apple Store.
Yes, I've heard good things about abracadabra. Please, I've always was told that was the magic word.
See, I usually kick things.
Yeah, that usually doesn't.
I was have
Throwing the laptop out the window
Hey,
also.
I fixed the fridge at the office.
I was half tempted to be like, hey, John, my laptop disappeared at Podcamp. I need a new one. Sponsor like 2 months.
Like, is it? So it's like gone.
Yeah, I found it, but I was tempted to tell my husband I didn't.
Yeah.
It's like 2007, and I desperately want a new one. Roof and 2 transmission repairs. That's not going to happen right now since May.
Yeah. Yeah, the roof thing at times. Little important at times.
Yeah,
roofs are overrated.
we finished our roof like right one morning day, and then he had $1,100 worth of his car, and then I got the patch my exhaust, and then we had to replace his rear exhaust this week.
That's it.
It's like, yeah, we're good for now.
Oh, look, they have a little.
Staples.
Oh.
It was the other way.
Oh. No. Yes. Is this one? Yeah.
Right side.
Yes, you reach into your neighbor's seat to grab your.
Right.
Excellent. It's all about fostering
Mine doesn't even close all the way.
That's it. Excuse me.
My belly gets in the way.
It's nice of them to give, 4 seats to the lefties.
Do they? There you go.
And it's just the end result.
I'm a lefty, so this would have been great.
I decided when I was, I think 6, I was done being left-handed because I could not find a baseball mitt or scissors, and I just went, I'm done. I'm just going to be right-handed.
My dad's left-handed, but he's also right-handed.
That's me. I throw left-handed. I eat right-handed. What else do I do left-handed? A little bit of both. So,
When you're lefty, you have to be.
Yeah.
Our up circular Sawyass family, they didn't build this for me. Hope for the best.
I had a nanny that forced my sister-in-law to be right-handed.
Lefties are the best.
It's scientific, it's true.
I think the email I just sent you with the link, sure, should be the file.
Surveyed 10 lefties on it.
I mean, it's the files,
Yeah,
whether or not Dropbox is giving permission.
Also,
Amazing
the
how that
Dropbox
works.
tool.
I uploaded it to Dropbox.
Beautiful. Did you have it on your phone?
Uh-huh.
Look at you. That's
What?
cool.
Well, I connected to their Wi-Fi first. So they gave me that.
Yes.
I can't pick the 1 and 2.
Okay, no worries.
I kind of wish I had like a Michael Buffer intro right now.
Well, for this,
It'd be great.
you could probably find a sound bite of it.
It's got to be authentic. I got to stand there in the corner,
Whoa. Where'd she go?
Are you here to rush? There weren't very many people out there. I know a lot of people went out for lunch, so.
I'll give it 2 more minutes.
Are you recording this?
I will be.
Oh.
Forgiveness.
You didn't do mine yesterday.
I did not do yours.
I even brought my own thing, and you were like, "Do you want me to like point it at you?" You made fun of me. See, now
I figured yours would be very visual.
they don't know pictures.
I know, like, and so.
I mean, I only had video and stuff. That's not visual.
Clearly not.
He's
Okay, well,
saying, hurry up, video.
I guess we're all here now. Welcome everyone to How to Not Break Your Feed. My name is Greg Buritz. I'm the software development lead for Libsyn, the world's largest podcast host. A little bit about me and my history with podcasting. I started off wanting to go in radio and television production. Ended up finding my way over to software development. I became a social media manager at a university where I hand-built the first RSS feed for the university, had a career services podcast. Later on, the university purchased a content management system, which I configured to auto-generate RSS feeds. And now I maintain the code that powers the feeds on Libsyn, and it's about 25,000 shows. I hold a doctorate from Robert Morris University in Information Systems and Communications, and I did my dissertation on why people podcast. And that's a topic for another day.
So do we call you doctor, right?
If you like.
Do not call me that.
So we're going to talk about today is what a feed is, the requirements for generating a good, valid feed, how to troubleshoot when you have issues with your feed, and we're going to go over a few common problems and how to go about fixing them. So what is a feed? If you were in a Crystal O'Connor's session yesterday, she described it as the gobbledygook that makes your podcast work in iTunes. Fortunately, I'm fluent in gobbledygook and nerd, and I even dabble a little bit in gibberish. But I think what we're going to do today is we're going to learn a little bit vacation gobbledygook, I'll call it, just enough to get by. So again, to summarize, an RSS feed it's the document out there that lets iTunes, Stitcher, all those podcast player applications, it's how they know what your podcast is, what content is in it, and what should be played back to people listening or viewing. It's made primarily to be read by computers. If you speak a little gobbledygook, you can look at it, figure out what's going on, but its primary purpose is computers, so it's going to be very strict about what it needs to be, and it's going to use a bunch of symbols. RSS is a type of XML document that's short for extensible markup language. This means there's going to be things we're going to call tags, and they're going to mark up where bits of data are. And we're going to go over what each of those are. Here's an example of what a very bare bones RSS feed would look like. Throughout this presentation, we're going to talk about RSS2. And normally when you look at a feed, it's going to be all one color of text. Just to make the slides easier to read, I color-coded things the way they look, the way a programmer would see it in the program editor. One thing you'll notice is that an RSS feed looks a lot like HTML. You have similar use of symbols, things are going to be structured in similar ways. But there are some key differences. RSS and XML are going to be a lot more strict than HTML. You can make some basic mistakes in HTML, and the browser will forgive you and display things anyway. So they have different purposes. HTML is all about display. If the look is a little off, that's going to be okay. But RSS and XML are all about data, and that has to be very specific. Things can't be off, or the computer is going to throw a hissy fit. So let's look at the basic XML structure for an RSS feed. The top of every one is going to be this same line, this angle bracket, question mark, XML, version equals 1.0, encoding equals UTF-8. That's going to be standard across all your RSS feeds because you should be using UTF-8 encoding, and again, that's a more advanced topic that you're probably not going to have to touch on. Next, we have a concept of elements and tags. An element is a container for data, and it's going to have a name, such as, say, RSS or channel. Elements are identified by tags, and tags are what you see between these angle brackets. Most elements you're going to encounter in an RSS feed are going to have 2 tags per element. You can have an opening tag and a closing tag. What we have here at the top here is RSS. That's an opening tag. It begins with this angle bracket, and it ends in a right angle bracket. And that's how we identify where the RSS element starts. Then you're going to have a closing one. It's going to say this is where the end of that is. And that's going to be where you have a / at the beginning. As you can see, your elements can contain other elements. So this channel element is what's considered a child. It belongs to the RSS elements. And you can see the channel element can also contain this title tag, which this doesn't contain other elements, but it's just plain text. So the primary things you're going to see inside tags are other tags or plain text. And another note for these slides, if you see these light gray ellipses, that just means I pulled something out. There's stuff that's supposed to be there, but it's not important for the slide, so I'm just going to truncate it a little bit. So I said most tags have both an opening tag and a closing tag. There are some exceptions to this, because if a tag doesn't have to have anything else in it, if it doesn't contain any text or any other elements in it, it can close itself. We do that by just putting a / before the right angle bracket. And that's the same as if I had enclosure and then right next to it had another tag / enclosure. It's just a shortcut. You're going to see that throughout. Another note about elements is they can have what are called attributes. And these are these here. And that's just data about the element. So here we have one that's called length. That's the name of the attribute. And it has a value, which is contained in these double quotes. That's another key difference between where XML is more strict than HTML. You can get away without the double quotes sometimes in HTML. XML will not let you do that. It will break everything if you don't have those double quotes. So just for a moment, let's look back at our example. And what we're going to do is we're going to dive through an entire RSS document, and we're going to flush it out some. We're going to add all the tags we need to make our feed work and work well in iTunes. So let's start at the beginning. Every XML document is going to have what's called a root tag, and that's going to be just a single element that contains everything else. With RSS, that one happens to be RSS. The first thing we need to identify is which version of RSS the document is going to be. So we do that with an attribute, and we say it could be version 2.0. The next thing we have, where we have this XML NS semicolon and then a word. Those are called namespaces. And they're ways of identifying what you mean with some particular tags. XML is an open standard, so that you can have 2 different people think what a link tag is. But when you use a namespace like that, you can say, I mean an iTunes link. And we're going to see that in use later. It's always going to be, again, like this XML NS colon. You're going to have a word, and that's going to be your shortcut to use later. And then a web address. And that web address will be standardized. You need to have that exactly as it was, with whoever specified what that tag means. So let's dig inside the channel tag. First thing we're going to have is going to be our first use of the namespace. We have Atom link, and that's because it's part of an Atom specification for what this tag should mean. The first 2 attributes will always be the same. The thing we're going to change is this href, and that should be a link, the web address of the feed itself. And that's going to help things like iTunes or other podcast readers be able to generate links directly to that RSS feed. Next, we have title. It's going to be the title of your podcast. Link should be a link to your website, not the feed itself. Now, you notice something new inside the link. We have this green little bit of gobbledygook, and that's called a CData section. It always starts with this, and it ends with these. And what it is, it's kind of a way to get around some of the rules of XML that can break things. But it's also important for iTunes that they recommend that you use this in certain situations. So within the specification for iTunes, It says enclose all portions of your XML that contain embedded links in a CData section to prevent display issues and to ensure proper link functionality in the podcast app. And that's largely because sometimes link can contain some special characters that will break XML, and having it in there lets you kind of get away with that to a certain extent. It doesn't eliminate all your potential problems, but it solves a lot of them. Next we have description. Again, we're going to put that in a CDAO section because maybe there's a link in there or some other special character. And that's just going to be a description of your show. That's going to show up in iTunes. Next we have pub date, and that's short for publish date. And that is going to be the date the most recent content in your feed was published. And it needs to follow a very specific format. So we're going to have this three-letter day of the week, we have the day of the month with 2 digits, short month name, year. Then we're going to have hours, minutes, and seconds, and then a time zone offset. That plus 400 there means that this time is in Eastern Daylight Time. And that way, whenever it gets to a podcast reader, they can adjust that date based on where the listener is coming from. So if someone on the West Coast pulls it up, it'll convert that time and they'll see the time relative to them when it was published. The next one is somewhat similar. It's last build date. And that's the last time the RSS feed changed in any way. It could be because you published a new episode, but it could be because maybe you changed the description in an episode from 2 years ago. It could be because you changed the description of your podcast. It's just a way for the readers like iTunes to know, hey, something has changed here. You should probably look and find out what it is. Still inside our channel tag, the next thing we have is language, and that's going to be what the spoken language of your podcast is. There are codes. iTunes will show you what the code should be in their help. It's going to be 2-digit. In this case, EN for English. If you wanted Spanish, it would be ES. Optionally, you can identify a dialect of a language. So we have EN-US to specify this as United States English. Next, we have an image tag, and that's going to have 3 of its own tags that belong to it. First being URL, and that's the web address for where to find the image, so that iTunes or Stitcher can go out and pull that image and display it in their software. Next is title. If you work with HTML, think of this as like the alt text. It should be a description of the image. Next, we have link, and that's going to be a link to your website, just like in the channel tag. Below that, we have our first iTunes tag. This is iTunes image. And we're going to set an href attribute, again with the web address for the image, so that iTunes can pull it in. Next, this one you don't need to worry about too much. It's docs, and that should be, according to the RSS specification, a link back to the RSS specification.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
And this is actually something that I got into with an iTunes support technician the other week.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, we have the image block that lists the URL to the image, the title, alt tag, link. But then under that, under the image block, we then specify iTunes image. iTunes wants iTunes image, and sometimes they only look at the image block above and go, oh, this isn't right. Why do we list it twice?
Technically, you don't know that every podcast reader is going to read the iTunes tag. You don't know that. Technically, the specifications for the image tag are smaller than what iTunes recommends. So on a technical level, it should be smaller, but you can get away with it in reality with just having the same image. According to iTunes, they should pick this image if it's available, and if not, take this one.
Okay.
That's what they state. Okay. And now, about those images, it's very important that you follow the iTunes specifications for your artwork. Otherwise, it could break your feed altogether. So what are these? First of all, they say that your image could be on a screen this big. It could be on a phone this big. So you should construct your artwork in a way that's going to look good at any size, because you don't know what people are going to be seeing. Next, the total file size for that image should be under 500 kilobytes. It should use RGB color space, which is going to be pretty much the default in most image editing software. It should be a JPEG or PNG file type. At least 1400 by 1400 pixels and no larger than 3000 by 3000 pixels. And here's a note. If you're changing the artwork in your feed, you want to make sure you're uploading it under a new file name. If you don't, iTunes won't bother to check to see that the file has changed. They're just looking to see if the name has changed. If it has changed, they'll go and look for the new artwork. Otherwise, they'll have no idea your old artwork that was either broken or you don't want anymore is still going to show up there.
What if your image is smaller than 1400 by 1400?
It may or may not break your feed. Right, Crystal?
Either iTunes will stop updating your show in the iTunes store, or if your artwork is smaller and you try to submit as a new show, they simply will not take your submission. They will error out.
All right, let's keep on moving. Next is copyright. That is a copyright message. You'll notice there's also something else new in here. We have this ampersand pound x89 semicolon. That is a code for the copyright symbol. Some software have difficulty with just pasting a special symbol in there, and that's a code that will get turned into it. That's part of the XML specification. Next, we have iTunes Author, and that's going to appear under the title of your podcast in the iTunes Store. It's be you, or if it's a company producing the podcast, the company name. And this is where we have a note about iTunes tags. With one exception, the text inside an iTunes tag can't be larger than 255 characters. Go over that, you can break your feed. Our next tag down is iTunes Explicit. And that determines whether or not it puts the big red explicit thing next to your show. There are two possible values you have here. Clean is one of them, meaning it's not explicit, or the word yes if it is. Next we have iTunes Summary, and that's the iTunes equivalent of the description tag, so it's another place for that. Optionally, you could have a subtitle for your show, and you could add an iTunes subtitle. Again, that'll show up in the iTunes Store. Next is an important one, categories. iTunes requires you to have at least one and no more than 3 categories. They'll be listed on their support site. It has to be something from their list. There are basically 2 types of categories. There's a basic category, which we have here in this first one. It's TV and film. Again, ampersand is a special thing in XML, so whenever we actually really want an ampersand, we have to put ampersand AMP semicolon. Then whenever that displays in iTunes, it'll just show up as a regular ampersand. And we notice that's a self-closing tag, that's the end of it. But there are other special categories in iTunes which require you to have a subcategory. There is no, you can't just have, say, society and culture. You need to have a subcategory, which is nested inside that iTunes category tag, the opening and closing here. Another one defining history, for example. So there are certain categories, again, you have to have a subcategory for. Our next tag, generator, that is what was used to build the RSS feed. In this case, Libsyn Web Engine 2.0, that's what will show up on Libsyn feeds. Yes?
Do you have to have a subcategory, even if there are some? So like say sports and recreation has subcategories, but can I just have it in sports and rec, or do I need to actually fill out the other 3?
For subcategories, you'll have to look to see which ones they require a subcategory on.
Okay.
There is a document in their help section that lists which require a subcategory. Okay, so all those tags were inside our channel element. So that's how we set up what our show is. Now we got to get into having our episodes show up. And the way we do that is each episode is identified by an item tag. There's an opening tag and a closing tag. And in here is where we're going to have the bits that define what an episode is. You should all, again, these are all going to have their own item tag. Here's one episode, here's another one. They should be listed in reverse chronological order, that is with the newest content at the top, and you're slowly working your way down to your oldest at the bottom of your feed. So let's look at what's in each of these. First thing we have is title. It's the title of your episode. People open whatever they're using to see your show. That's how they're going to know what the episode is. Next, just like our channel, the item has a published date, and that's the date that's going to show up along with when the episode was published. We're going to use that same very strict date format, which can be adjusted to whatever the viewer or listener is using. Next, we have this, it's called a GUID, and that's a globally unique identifier. It's something that software used to determine whether or not it's seen something before. When it's seen something with this value, it knows, okay, I've seen this before. If it doesn't have it, it's like, oh, this is something new I should worry about. It can be either a permalink to your episode, or it can be just some unique set of characters. And if it's not a permalink, it has to have that is permalink, is false attribute. Next, we have a link, and that's going to be the permalink to the episode. It should be a website page where you can view information about the episode. We have an option for an iTunes image. So you can have your show artwork, but if you want to, you can add an iTunes image and have individual artwork for each episode. Some people do this, a lot of people don't. It's completely optional. And if you use that artwork, it's got to follow those same guidelines that you used for your show artwork. Otherwise, you could break your feed. Moving along, we have description. That's going to be a description for your episode. It could be your show notes. Now we're finally getting to the point where we're actually going to add our media file. And then we do that with this enclosure tag. It's going to have a length attribute, and that's how many bytes are in the file. And that's a file size. Next, we're going to have a MIME type. If you're using MP3, it's going to be audio/MPEG. And finally, URL, and that's going to be where on the web that file can be downloaded. Next, we have an iTunes tag called duration, and that's going to be how long in time the episode is. This particular one is 20 minutes, 31 seconds. If it were an hour, 20 minutes, and 31 seconds, I would simply have a 1: before the 20. Next, we can at the individual episode level set iTunes explicit. Again, it's clean or yes. Next, we also have an optional iTunes subtitle. And that'll do it for the basic gobbledygook. Now we're going to talk about some types of feed problems. One is the feed's invalid. It's not going to work at all. Nothing can read it. It's completely busted. Next, slightly better, we have it's valid. Something can read it, but there's some things that are missing that are required. So it's not working in a podcast reader application of some kind. Next, we have just flat out rejected initially by iTunes, whether it's valid or not. Or this fourth one is one of my personal favorite. It works, but it's got a lot of junk in it. And we'll look at some junk later. So if you're going to be troubleshooting problems with your feed, the first thing you're going to need to do is be able to see your feed. Easiest way to do that is through the browser. I can fire up the Chrome on this laptop, put in an RSS feed, and again, as at the beginning, when you see it, it's just going to be all one color text. Okay, I can see it, I can look through it, maybe pick out a problem. And just make sure that it works at all. If you pull up your feed address and nothing comes up, that's your first problem. Now, however, if I open it in Firefox, it's going to try to make it all pretty for me. I'm not going to see my code. I'm just going to see something that's going to make it easy for me to download it. That's great for people trying to get content from your feed, not too much help when you're troubleshooting. But if you right-click somewhere in the open space in there, you can hit View Page Source. And that'll open a new window with your feed content in it. So we finally want to find out some real problems. We're going to go to Feed Validator. That's your first stop. This is what it looks like. There's a box in the center to enter your RSS feed. Put it in there, you hit validate, and you're going to get something like this, which brings us to our first problem. It says, sorry, the feed does not validate. We have the line number in the code where it went wrong, and sometimes column number will help. It says link must be a full and valid URL. It's going to show us that line. We can scroll down the page. They're going to have every line in the feed listed. I can go down, and I can see that this is exactly what it looks like in my feed. There's nothing in my link tag. And that tells me to fix it. I got to add my website address in that link tag. I can do that, submit again, and I get a much happier message whenever I submit to Feed Validator. Next problem. Okay, we get, congratulations, this is a valid RSS feed, but we get these recommendations. Sometimes these recommendations are important, sometimes they're not. It's kind of a little bit of an art to know which is which. But when we see something like this, missing recommended iTunes channel element, we know that that's going to be one that's going to be a problem. The issue here is we have the things required to make it a valid feed, but it's not valid in iTunes as. So we simply just have to set a category tag on that, submit again, and we're going to get nothing but this, congratulations, this is a valid feed.
I have a question about editing your tags. So I use WordPress basically as my host for my podcast, so I use the RSS feed from there. It's just strictly for the podcast. I just put my feed into the feed validator and it's coming up with errors. How do I fix the errors without WordPress running over it, or can't I?
That's one of the hard parts about using something like WordPress to generate your feed.
So it looks like the errors are from when I started it. So it's not a thing I did recently, but it's back several years.
So what you'll see, you'll kind of like you said with the gobbledygook, you'll be able to figure out, oh, this is the title of the episode, and then you just look at that code and see if you can find out what's going on. WordPress will never, to the best of my knowledge, give you an actually 100% valid feed, especially if you're using PowerPress, because there's a thing from Blueberry in it that Feed Validator has no idea what it is. Doesn't mean it's wrong. It just goes. Yeah. There are some iTunes tags, like you can actually put what sequence you want your episodes to be in.
iTunes order.
iTunes order. Feed Validator has no idea what it is. I troubleshot a quote iTunes valid feed. I'm a big fan of keeping it simple, so I usually steer people away from the iTunes order. But you'll kind of have to dig down, say, okay, it's this episode, and then you'll find.
Just figure out how to fix it.
Yeah. And I've done the thing in the past where I'll actually, it's the, hey, this makes no sense, but it worked. I'll copy it out of my, I'll go to the text view, copy it, paste it in a notepad to get any kind of funky whatever else is going on that I can't see, and paste it back into a brand new post, backdated, and for whatever reason it fixes it. Which, again, in theory, there's no reason that should work, but,
I'm seeing in one episode, for some reason, there's nothing listed for length and type in the enclosure URL.
So go back to that title, hit the validate. Are you using PowerPress?
No.
Oh, well, then you would go in and, because that's looking at the length for your MP3 file. So whatever it is that's giving you that. But that's where this is handy, because now I know that there's the channel is the name of the show, title is the name of the episode. No.
Item.
Well,
item. So
you have your container tags. Channel encases everything. At the top of that, you're going to put all the stuff relevant to setting up your show.
Right.
Then within that, you're going to have individual item tags that contain everything about each episode.
Yeah. But that is the problem. There is no actual file to go edit.
Right, our next potential problem, you submit to iTunes and you get this response. Podcast cover art must be between 1400 and 1400 and 3000 by 3000 pixels, JPEG or PNG and RGB color space, and hosted on a server that allows HTTP head requests. Most of the time, this is because your artwork simply just does not meet those iTunes specs. We talked about this earlier. That's going to break your feed. How to fix? Update your artwork, make sure that it fits these requirements. And again, as a reminder, change the file name to what you previously had, or else iTunes isn't even going to look to see if you fixed your artwork. And I'm going to include this in a later slide. We have Bad Lips and an artwork guide for working with your show art to make sure your artwork's good and meets the specs. Okay, so if we update our image, that is good enough to fix it. Now we have problem number 4. Again, this is one of my favorites. You get something along these lines. Blah, 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 MSO. If you see MSO, you see it here again in the line, that means you copied and pasted something that at some point went through Microsoft Office. And when you copy and paste from Microsoft Office, you get a lot of junk, an incredible amount of junk. So again, don't do it. So as an example, I took this sentence. There's 2 lines on this slide. If I were to do this in proper HTML, which you would want your episode description, it's these 3 lines right here. It's got a little bit of gobbledygook, but not a whole lot. Now let's look what this looks like if I wrote this in Word and pasted it in. There's page 1.
Wow.
Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. I'm getting smaller and smaller. Page 5. And I could keep going. That was about half of the code that was pasted in Word for those 2 sentences. It's incredible how much junk will come out of copying and pasting from Word. So just please don't do it.
That's why we used to hate front page too.
Sorry?
That's why we used to hate front page too.
Yeah.
Right. And some similar things should happen if you paste from websites as well. They can bring some junk along that the validator isn't going to like either. So again, fix, don't paste from Word. Use something else. You can use a plain text editor. Notepad comes with the PC. Text edit on Mac. There's also, I'm mentioning Crystal's recommendation, Markdown.
And is this not fixed by the WordPress paste as text function?
That only exists in WordPress. If you're copying and pasting into
Libsyn, that's true.
we don't have that functionality in our editor.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we have a 5th problem to talk about. Submit to iTunes, and you receive an error that iTunes cannot download your content. Now, how we fix this, a note about how iTunes works. They're going to go through your channel tag, they're going to find the first item tag. And they're only going to look at that tag. So they're going to look for that enclosure tag to find media. If they don't find the enclosure tag, because maybe you got a text post as your most recent post, they're like, oh, there's no media here, and they're going to throw this error at you. Now, if you go through and you look at your feed, you notice there is an enclosure. You want to take that web address for that file, you want to try it yourself. Make sure you can download it. That can, at the end, tell you if there's a problem maybe with your web host or your media host, or that maybe you just have a wrong address through something that got moved around from something or another. So just make sure there is a media file for that episode that you can download. Now, let's move on to problem 6. It can get you into trouble, and that's widgets. On your website, maybe you like using, say, like a Twitter button or something. That's great for your website, but can cause problems in your feed. And you'll see a message like this. We get the feed is valid, but we recommend you implement the following recommendations. And you'll see that it says script tag. And you'll see this. This is some HTML. And that's identifying the use of JavaScript. Podcast applications probably aren't going to like that too much. So you should probably avoid putting widgets within your episode descriptions. This could be Facebook, Twitter, PayPal, whatever widget of your choice. Just try to avoid them. Another fun one. You can submit to iTunes and you get this error here. There's a problem with your feed. Your episodes are hosted on a server which doesn't support byte range requests. Enable byte range requests and try your submission again. This could mean a few different things. It could be your feed is missing something important or required, or it's otherwise improperly configured. It could mean iTunes is just having trouble accepting new submissions right now. Or the third option, it actually might mean what it says, that your server does not have byte range requests enabled. If you're using Libsyn, I assure you byte range requests are enabled. So what to do? First thing you do is you check Feed Validator, like you would for any other problem. That's going to tell you if you're missing something important for iTunes, so that can get you through step 1. Next, check your artwork. Make sure that that's conforming to all their specifications. That's also part of that option 1 is missing or improperly configured. 3, wait and try again. Because it could be that they're just having trouble again accepting any submissions. Wait a half an hour, wait an hour, try again a few times. Then finally, if you're not using Libsyn, just check and make sure that it's not the problem they actually tell you it is, that the server you're using for your media files actually support light range requests. And I believe this is going to be the last problem we're going to discuss. You could have a problem if your show's about music. You could submit it, and iTunes will reject you immediately. So if you talk about music, you play music, you're a DJ, anything about music, iTunes is probably going to kick you to the curb right away because they'd rather do that than have to deal with a takedown notice from a record label. So what you do about this? Okay, first of all, you have to have the rights to include that music in your show. You have to be legally able to put this music in your podcast. If you do, then you just have to include in your channel description, your iTunes summary, a disclaimer that you have permission to distribute that content. You can get that from an attorney, or you write it yourself. Just make sure that you make it very clear that you're using this music with the rights to do so. Submit again, and you'll probably be good to go. And I'm going to end this section with a note about FeedBurner. It can cause you some issues. These are a couple that we've noted. Libsyn, SmartCast will let you override some metadata tags from your feed. You can end up with that image tag and that iTunes image tag being different, and then you're not quite sure why your artwork isn't updating in one place or another, and it's because of something FeedBurner did. Another, probably more important one, is that using FeedBurner stats can make your show not work in the iOS podcast app. And with as much traffic as goes through there, that could be a very big problem. So recommend against using FeedBurner at this point. Okay, now we're going to play a game. It's going to work this way. I'm going to throw up some potential feed problems. I'm going to throw up an RSS feed here. Spot the error. First one to identify it, not named Crystal, gets candy. All right.
It's on.
So what's the problem with this feed? And again, I'm using ellipses here, saying that there's something else missing. So we're not dealing with any problems where an entire tag is missing. You stay quiet now.
No RSS closure?
Again, we're assuming that this all just keeps going.
I got it, okay.
Is there a reason the type is on a different line?
That's a formatting thing.
Oh, not really.
Little wrapping on the slide. I had that pretty earlier.
Missing quotation marks around the link?
Yep.
href equals,
yep.
And there's no quotation.
Okay. I'm going to give you some candy.
All right.
Apparently last time I edited the slide, it removed my double quotes. That was not intentional.
I was going to say, that's not the one I was thinking.
Yeah. In PowerPoint, if you put a link in, and if it converts it to a link, it takes your quotes away.
Yeah.
So that was not intentional.
So there is another one.
There is another one.
Nice catch.
Thank you.
Yes, very good.
You need a question mark at the end of that.
I was going to say the question mark looks a little funky.
In this line?
The very end.
UTF-8.
Yes, that's again standard. Every first line of XML is going to look like that. It's the one thing.
So you have the question mark at the beginning and the end of the.
Yeah. All right, I'll give you a hint. It's in the lower half.
Oh, my website's not a URL.
Very good. You get candy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well. The link tag should be a link to your website.
That makes sense.
And that is the solution there. Question 2.
BMP.
We have another winner.
It looks
If you are using a bitmap file for your artwork, you are doing a great disservice to the internet and the world in general.
Seriously.
Nice.
So we need to create. We can't just change the file name extension here. That doesn't work. You need to actually create a proper file that's either type JPEG or PNG, and then you're good to go.
My designer uses paint.
So I've heard different things about whether it should be a PNG file or a JPEG file.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, a PNG file is going to be bigger, right? With the more pixels, the file size is going to be bigger, correct?
It's going to depend on a lot of settings.
Okay.
It's like if you have a full resolution JPEG at 100%, it may surpass, it may not. There are a lot of factors that go into that as far as how compression works.
Okay.
Obviously, if you have an image that you need some transparency in, you have to go PNG. JPEG won't do transparency.
Okay. So there's no right or wrong answer here.
I think JPEGs work a little better if you have a lot of detail as far as keeping file size down because it's more compressed.
Right.
All right. Question 3. Okay. Let's have you three stay out of this one for a while.
Maybe not. Yes, I do.
Totally doing trivia the other night as well.
This is fun.
This is fun.
Especially with kids.
I even made fun of them for it initially. This is fun.
Like you need a reason. So what do we think?
Do you spell out August or do you use AUG? For update.
You have hit the right section. We did not use our very specific date format in our pub dates. They all got to look exactly in this format. Here we just wrote any old date format we felt like, and that is not going to work. So again, XML and RSS are very specific. Not going to let you get away with some sloppiness. So we just update our date proper format, and we're good to go. All right. So here are some references and tools. I'm going to bring this slide back up in a little bit and open it up for a few questions.
Is there a certain number of characters you can do on like the title? Is it limited how many characters you can have in your title?
I'm sure there is a limit of some kind. I'm not sure about a limit on that specific tag.
I was just thinking, I took an accessibility class a few years ago, and there was a couple of blind men in it. They said, "Don't tell me it's a field of flowers. Tell me it's red. Tell me it's even though they're blind. They wanted more details. So sometimes they my logo, what it actually is. Whatever's inspiring.
So are we talking about like the image title?
Yeah, the title was okay.
So yeah, you want to have just enough to give an adequate description of what it is.
Is there a file size limit? I know iTunes technically, when they feel like it, will read up to 300 episodes, but is that the Beeper thing that I'm thinking of?
Beeper had, it used to be 512, now it's 1 meg.
Okay.
iTunes doesn't officially have a limit, and I've actually never seen a feed break due to size in iTunes.
I just have not updated Beeper because it's too big.
Now, a quick way to find out if there's an upper limit to anything is to copy and paste everything from Word so that your file size becomes 20 times larger than it needs to be. So if you want to test this theory, you can go ahead that route.
Is the iTunes image, because back when the players were reading the MP3 data, not the RSS data for the image, I used to change my artwork all the time. Is that a slippery slope? Because it sounds like if you get one thing wrong, because I would love to have different artwork show up, but it just sounds like if you get, like for instance, let's say I start that tomorrow. Okay, so my next episode will have my cool 1400 by 1400. It's JPEG, good to go. but all my other episodes don't. Is iTunes going to go like question mark? I realize you're not
That
iTunes.
spec doesn't affect your ID3 tags. It affects your show artwork and your episode thumbnails and your RSS feed. It does not affect your ID3 tags.
Right. So what I'm looking, I want people that on the podcast app show different artwork. So
That's your episode thumbnail. So just
episode
start.
thumbnail.
Yeah. So just
change
start.
the little thumbnail and I'm good to go as long as it's 14 by 14.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because Adam Curry does that. I think it's cool. So I'm going to be like Adam Curry.
Now that's something you're doing when you log into Libsyn.
The feed does that too. Libsyn.
Yeah. So awesome. Is there more candy? That would be my other question. Just kidding. Yeah.
That's pretty good candy.
So, no,
Should have put up more
you know what?
questions.
You know what?
I know.
Do you know of anybody still handwriting their code?
Oh, good Lord.
I'm sure there's somebody.
Yeah.
There's a certain satisfaction in it.
I write mine in Notepad. Yes.
That's how I started. So
Yeah.
Just for XML or
I used to use Feed for all back in the day.
Wow.
When I first started programming, I was using Notepad, just doing everything there. Then I learned better.
a lot of technical writers will go into the XML.
All right. So I guess you're all ready for this now. I have a bad RSS joke. How do you identify an RSS feed in a morgue? You look for the toe tag.
Excellent.
All right, so
He's here all week.
I'm gonna leave these up here. Care to copy them. Thanks to everybody for coming.
Your slides can be online.
I can get them online somewhere. All right.
Try working with him.
That's a great joke.
You never heard that where a comedian's like, I'm here all week.
Yeah, that joke was already done earlier.
Chris did it.
Yeah.
That's right. Well done.
Thank you.
Very. Don't worry, I'll see pictures.
So you'd be famous now.
Can you still edit your own XML file in WordPress?
No, you're screwed.
It automatically
Because it
generates
does. The only thing, maybe, but I can't hear we're throwing in more plugins. I think Angelo has a plugin that makes your RSS feed an actual file, but I still don't know that you can edit that.
So, like, if you go into your FTP settings, you open up your file.
It's not there.
There's no XML document.
It's generated dynamically based on information in the database. So every time you hit that URL, it's being dynamically generated. It's not a static file.
That's why it's a bit of a,
I mean, that's
bandwidth kicker upper.
so back in the day.
Back in the day.
I had an XML document.
Yeah, it was cool because you could go in and edit it.
Right.
That was the cool thing.
That's how I had to do it.
Yeah, because Feed for All made a file that I then had to upload and overwrite the old one. And then I would update my website. Dreamweaver.
Oh,
Memories.
it's not as
Greg's
bad
like,
now.
man, Greg's like, man, these old guys talking about RSS feeds 10 years ago.
Used Dreamweaver for a while, but all I did was put it in code view all the time. I didn't
Right.
touch any of those other.
Well,
I'm like,
even
this is
that
just
was
for color
right.
coding. I'm doing nothing else here.
Yep. I do that even now.
It's glorified FTP clients.
Yep.
Dreamweaver? Yeah.
Yep.
My wife still uses Dreamweaver to upload her stuff. I use FileZilla. I'm also not editing any code.
I do my best not to. That's what the whole weekly web tools is about. It's like, here's some cool stuff. You don't want to edit code. So,
What room is Stephen?
I don't know.
Here.
She's here? Oh, cool. Good. All I have to do is run to the restaurant. I'll be right back. I have to. So I'm going to get like dinner by the time, the day's over.
I cannot eat another bite.
Yeah, that's same.
Should I be on again?
One's enough for me. It's been 6 years since I've done this. Now we know what I'm doing next time. How to get quick video.
Silence.
There's
basic framing, lighting, mic placement.
Is that based on the history I'm familiar with? Is that based on history?
I'm not sure.
Previously discussed things.
I'm sure things have been previously discussed in some capacity. There'll be extra cryptic.
Good job, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'm going to start calling you Feed Doctor. now.
Okay.
You all right with that?
If
I'm
that's
going to start
entirely
a
up to you.
Twitter handle called Feed Doctor, and right down here.
Yeah.
Just plug your quotes right here.
Okay.
You're all right with that? Everything's switched over there.
Whenever.
It's controlled by that thing over there.
Okay. That's not gonna be an issue.
Alright. This case for the video. Well, you have an
Let's
internet,
go
so
in
just in case you need that as well.
Kim is doing a thing about cleaning up your audio.
Everything else is
So
pretty
that you don't have to do
self-explanatory. You
as much
can change different lighting.
It's the company has put on the list.
Okay.
Dave's sitting there, you can sit there,
Okay.
Other than that, you're good to go.
unless you want to sit next to him. Are you going anywhere?
Nope.
Okay, there I am.
Alright, good to go.
Thank you. That's cute. Thank you.
That is cool.
Yeah, freepowerpointtemplates.com.
Really?
Really, it's one of my favorite sites.
I love that. Can you take the FPPT out of it if you want?
If you had the skills and the time, I spent so much time doing that, the stuff that I just didn't take the time to do it.
Not that it really matters.
No,
Just knows it.
and they deserve
I'm the
credit.
actual doctor,
Yeah,
so I'm not calling him Feed Doctor.
there you go. He should have his own podcast.
Yeah. I told him I'm going to make a Twitter handle called the Feed Doctor. And just started putting his quotes on there.
Want an apple?
No, no.
I'm full of my
I'm
Butterfingers
not,
for sure. They handed out candy the last time.
Oh!
Milky Way.
Well, I'm healthy.
If they were Butterfingers, I would have eaten it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you. Of the, let's see, there's what? Snickers, Milky Way, and what would be another one? Famous candy bar maybe.
I'm not a Milky Way guy.
Would you like an
Yeah,
apple?
Snickers or Butterfinger. I'm with you.
Snickers,
And then
Butterfingers, Reese's Cup, and
Reese Cups, man. Those are the kryptonite to me.
I love it. So I'm really concerned because that game started at 1:30. That game will be over by 3:30. And we're all
I
gonna
didn't ask, is there a
Nice.
gadget here to move the,
Move the thing.
yeah, or do I just have to hit the space bar?
I think they have to do
I
it.
think I have to hit the space
Space bar.
Had I known, I could have given you my.
I can work with the space bar.
And I know there's a lot of people from Ohio that probably came up with it.
Sure.
Gonna come over for what?
The soccer game.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna let out.
So
about
let
the
out
time we
right
got
when we're
here.
leaving.
So,
Oh, okay, well, I'll go eat dinner.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, I would rather.
Yeah, the
Take a
bistro
nap.
across the corner
Really-
looked interesting.
so is that 376 gonna be Black Apple going to go? Is that the way to go?
That would be helpful. I didn't take it.
Well,
Getting
you know what?
there.
I don't know how you got.
We're not talking about healthy today.
And you
Good.
can't figure it out because the buildings, when you go put your GPS
But you
on,
do need an
the
apple.
buildings
Gonna
block
tell
the
you that?
signal.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
give me an
that
apple.
was the thing yesterday. Was funny when I was trying to go home. It kept telling me to turn on streets. I'm like, I'm not on that street. It's like turn left on 4th Avenue. I'm like, I am nowhere near 4th Avenue. Waves didn't have a problem with that. It was cool. I guess because it's using cellular as opposed to whatever satellite.
I had the
I can find another thing, but you can take that.
The only ways is using GPS.
I guess it is. Yeah, it has to because otherwise it doesn't know where you're at.
It might be downloading like the street names.
Yeah.
I don't know how that all works.
These fries how often I don't eat lunch.
Huh?
These fries how often I skip lunch.
the feed
No,
down?
I wouldn't.
Sometimes I'm just sort of head down in code that I don't want to look up.
I think it's a guide thing. Okay, well, I've done that. I've done that. And if you do come out, it will take you an hour to figure out where the hell you left off.
Especially that.
Dan, did you see we had a cake, a coffin cake with the Lipson Soapy on it for the Lipson tree? When we took Lipson tree down, we literally threw a party with a coffin cake and everything in the office.
What is the mascot's name?
Sophie.
Soapy.
How did you not know that?
I don't know what that is.
Why Soapy?
Well, it's because it looks like a soap bar. That's what I always
Soapbox
thought.
racer.
That makes sense. Being from Akron, Ohio.
Yes. Okay, I have a door prize. If you would like to put your business card in the hat, there will be a drawing at the end. Woo!
Hey.
Right.
Apples and toys with marking that.
I know. Okay. Yeah, but you got a lot more attention. They came in here talking about yours. You want to? Okay.
Man, she did those shirts and everything.
I know. Oh, there's a quiz at the end.
There is not a quiz at the end.
Why not?
That's a fill in the blank, so you can take notes because you will do better having written down your own notes. Yeah.
Oh, I see why you after that.
Yep.
I'm like, why is it? How's she tying it up?
Put your name on the back of it.
Thank you. Oh, I'll be full of spit.
Well, thank you all for coming. My name is Kim Craggy, and I am speaking today on the very boring topic of audio editing techniques.
Why do we all think our topics are boring?
Well, I actually don't think my topic is boring. I think my title is boring. So I created a different title, and thus the marketing, because I figured nobody was going to come see audio editing techniques. A is for Apple, B is for Bell, and C is for cutting your audio editing time. There is a myth that goes back to probably Neanderthal, Romeo, and Cro-Magnon Juliet, that if you eat an apple before performance, your voice will be better. Shakespeare knew this myth. Probably the Greeks would know this myth, but they don't grow apples. It's been around a long time. So I decided I was going to check up on this and find out what happens when you eat a green apple. First thing you do is you're giving your face a workout. Did you know 2 of the strongest muscles in your body are in your mouth? One's your jaw and the other's your tongue. You take a bite of an apple, you are working those things harder than they get worked with pretty much any other food. The second thing is the salivary glands underneath your chin. They go into mode. Hey, there's something a little sweet, a little tart, and a lot sour. When you get around something sour, do you know what your salivary glands do? Overproduction. The third thing that happens when you eat a green apple is you're moving these muscles here. And all of a sudden, your nose starts to run. Not pleasant, but the juices from the apple and the saliva in your mouth are going to clear that out. Essentially, what you've done is prepared your face to do your podcast. Now, if you're doing an audio podcast, doesn't sound very important, but what you've done is prepared your voice. And this is my first rule. I promised 4.5 rules. This is rule number 1. Be attentive to your voice. The number 1 thing you have to use in your podcasting career is not your microphone, and it's not your mixer, and it's not whatever software you're using. It's your voice. So you need to do this in the best way possible. Work your voice. And so make it start the best way you can. So eat an apple before your presentation. when you're being attentive to your voice, you also need to be attentive to what you say. Filler words. Who would like to be my guinea pig? Come on now.
Were you always the kid in class?
Right behind me. Okay. Do you have a filler word that you think you use too often? Yeah, that one. Okay. I say you know way too much, and I'm trying to get rid of it. We're going to have a 2-minute conversation.
Okay.
And every time I say you know, you hit the bell. Every time I hear you say I'm going to hit the bell.
All right.
All right.
You know.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you know what to say, right?
Yes.
You missed it.
Make sure I'm on the same page.
Okay. Okay. So what are you doing, Mike?
I work for a company that prints and mails hospital bills. I'm also a podcaster.
Okay. That sounds more interesting. You know, most people don't really care. Thank you. Now, what happened there? I'm attentive to what just came out of my mouth. That's really important. Now, let me give you an example of sometimes that it's not very important. You know you're in trouble when your priest says, you know, so many times during a sermon that you start counting it, and in a 20-minute sermon, he says it 40 times, and that's after you know you've already started doing it. Yeah, there's a whole bunch in there.
Yeah.
See, you know, and filler words are very distracting. My priest probably had a really good sermon, but you couldn't tell it by me because I was too busy being annoyed. There you go. Is another one that's a very traditional, common word. But if you listen to recordings of people from the past, Winston Churchill, not Thomas Jefferson, but Franklin Delano Roosevelt, other people, they don't say This is a recent bad habit that speakers have gotten into, and that's exactly what it is. So as soon as you hear thank you. Sit down again. And actually, this is your prize.
Really?
Thanks for helping. Yeah.
My kids are gonna love this.
I know.
Your wife is
not.
not.
I give that to my daughter when she's sick upstairs because I can't hear her. I can hear the bell, but I can't hear her. And they're the famous and or but so there's something about a contraction and that we use. Historically, people didn't use it. It's a bad habit we've gotten into, and we can get out of it by being aware of it. Dave was talking about a recording that he just did recently. And what did you say?
There you go.
There you go. And he said it so many times that he even wanted to edit it out. And then he said it again. You need some kind of reinforcement. So if you have a habit that you need to break, you need a 13-year-old boy. Actually, you can use any boy, but 13-year-old boys are the best. You put the bell between you and you sit down and you have a 5-minute conversation on any topic you want. Every time you say it, they will be on that bell. It'll sound like a fire station. There will be so many bells going on. But in 5 minutes, you will get out of the habit for almost 24 hours. Reinforce that over a couple of days, and you'll be out of that permanently. It works. It works. It works. I will give you a story. I coach and speak. I coach high school speech and debate, and I had a young man who's a brilliant speaker, brilliant debater, and addicted to the word like. It was making me crazy. So I go to a tournament, and here he comes, and in comes a novice. Now this kid is a senior, and this guy is a novice. This guy has probably done 90 debates this year, and this guy might have done 12. It was pretty much a foregone conclusion who was going to win. So I don't want to say I prejudged because I was open to the possibility that the senior would do something stupid or the novice would be incredibly good. Well, I started making hash marks every time the senior said like. A debate is 45 minutes long. You want to guess how many times that kid said like? 200.
No, it's more than that.
90 times, and he spoke in 20 minutes. 90 times in 20 minutes. Unbelievable. So I wrote on his ballot, you got this score because he won the debate, but he only won it by 1 point over this novice. So the novice got one of the lowest scores I could give. This kicked him out of the finals. And I wrote on there, this score directly related to hash marks at the top, 90 likes. The following week, I get a message from his mother. Kim, you are a goddess. In 1 day, I broke him of that habit. He was completely unaware of how many times he was saying it, and now he never said it anymore. His mom and I are still good friends, and I still respect that debater kid who is now off to college. Just be aware of it is a big thing. Now, it's not just weird sounds. We also have like, and you know, and do you know what I mean, which is something that people seem to stick at the end of sentences for reasons I don't entirely understand. One time somebody said that to me and I said, no, I really don't know what you mean. It stopped them dead in their tracks and they had no idea what to say next. Not a great thing. Dude, bro, and dog. Can you tell I have teenagers in my house?
I was just gonna say, you just described my brother right there.
Yeah. I have 2 girls under the age of 20 and 2 over the age of 20. Dude. Dude, really? Really, dude? Okay, bro. My 19-year-old has come home from college with the word bro apparently attached to her brain, except for when she calls me dog. I am not a dog. You do not call your mother a dog. I don't care how popular it is. You just don't do it. I don't care if we're from Cleveland area. You just don't do it. Seriously. Do not call your mother a dog. The bell comes out sometimes in my house. Rule number 2, silence is better. As long as you think that silence is when you're looking for the next sound, for the next thing to say, and we stick in there like it's a sign that we're really thinking about what we're going to say next, silence is better. The silence is never as long as you think it is. So if you're starting a sentence and that was really only 3 seconds. I watched it on the clock. It just felt like forever. But it's so much easier to edit out silence than it is to go find in Audacity. And especially when is in the middle of the sentence. Then you gotta listen to the whole thing, and then you have to go back and figure out where the beginning, why put it in the first place. The key to successful editing is not how to take it out, but how to not get it in there in the first place. You're so careful about the sounds around you. Dave talked about the fan of his computer that bothered him so much. And I have 4 children who live at various times in my household. Some people have dogs. Some people have babies. They're all so worried about the background noises, but they don't think about the noises that are coming out of their mouth when they're doing their presentation or recording their podcast. V is for vocal variety. None of you are monotone, are you? None of you stand with the microphone in front of you and talk like this? Because that would never happen. Because that would not be fun. It hurts to talk like that. There are people who do speak like this naturally. They're generally scientists and engineers. I have a lot of them in my family. And I love them all dearly, but they do talk like that. Vocal variety expresses emotion. We have a way of communicating that God gave us and our throats produce, and that is the volume and the speed that we have in the way that we express things. Our voices go high, our voices go low. And some people do both of them or do opposite ones to convey the same sort of emotion. Nobody's going to ever shout a secret, but you might say, put the apple away, or you might say, put that apple away. Both convey the same sort of urgency, the same emotion, but you use different values. It also creates interest. Did you ever think about how you pose a question? Did Did you ever notice that the end of a question in English goes up? Yeah, it does. And when you pose a question that's maybe rhetorical, how are you today, in that tone of voice, you lose their interest. They don't think you care. So it's important to use that. It's important to stress the importance of them. You want them to know that you're paying attention to them and you're involved with them. Use your voice. High and low, fast and slow, loud and soft. These are the 6 values that we have to our voice. And we sort of set them up as opposites, but in reality, they are not necessarily opposite to each other. They're just the way we speak. Each value adds character and interest to your voice. So when Dave is talking about something that really annoys him, Dave's rants. You can tell that Dave is ranting because he gets louder and he gets a little closer to the microphone, and you know it because of how he's expressing certain values with his voice.
Pitch goes up too, doesn't it?
It does frequently, unless you're a certain woman, in which case it'll drop, and then you know you are in deep, deep trouble. Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
funny.
Throw it away. I was prepared. That's why I brought that.
She's a mom.
I am. Rule number 3, smile when you record. Smiling has an ability that I cannot define. Is it mental? Is it emotional? Is it physical? I can't tell you. But if you're on the phone, you can tell the other person you're talking to is smiling. And you can also tell when they are not. You don't have to have the stink. You can hear the stink eye. Therefore, smile when you talk. Now, Andy Andrews has this great little 1-tip webpage. How to smile while you talk. You go stand in front of a mirror with a timer. You do this in the bathroom, and you set it for 90 seconds. And you smile at the mirror while you're talking. And you sound so inane, and who could possibly be interested in you? But you will learn how to smile when you talk. And your friends will notice you doing it. They'll be the first to notice because they're used to you looking like this when you talk. When you start talking like this, they're going to see a difference right away, but they will also hear a difference. What you hear in that difference is picked up by the microphone. So you really want to do that. Oh, I hit the start button. I'm going to go off for a minute. S is for spend. Hobbies cost money. Buy the boom. Just buy the boom. Don't even think about it anymore. Just buy it. There's a piece of equipment that you are looking at and you say, God, I need that. God, I want it. I want it so bad. Just buy it. And if you can't afford to buy it, then you go to your significant family members and say, for Christmas, I want. For my birthday, I want. Last year, my birthday list included a microphone, a windscreen, and a set of headphones. For my birthday, I got exactly what I wanted. For Christmas, I wanted a boom stand and a windscreen. I got it. So sometimes there's creative ways to get these things that you want that you can't necessarily afford. If you've got family or friends who are willing to indulge you in other ways, ask them to indulge this. If my parents are likely to take me out for my birthday, if instead I say, would you please go to this website and buy this thing? They really don't care where they spend their money. They just want to give me something, and that's what they get. And that's what I get. You need to look at your needs, not your wants. Now, I highly recommend that you buy a boom stand. I think that it made a huge difference in my podcasting. But you don't need a $300 microphone, really. If you go to Dave's website and listen, he does a comparison of different microphones. And he's got a $300 one and a $50 one, and I, for the life of me, can't tell the difference between the two. Most of the people who are going to be listening to your podcast are doing it in a car or when they're outside. That means there's a lot of ambient noise. You're not going to tell the difference. So you don't have to start out with a $300 microphone. Buy what you need, but find the one piece of equipment that's worth spending the money on. You may already have what you need. I recently had to do an interview with a gentleman who is very soft-spoken. And he scared me. How on earth was I going to record him? Because we had to be together when this was recorded, because he couldn't figure out how to call me on his phone and record this conversation. His wife's a podcaster. We really could have figured this out. Okay. So anyway, I got this. This is my tablet, and I found HiQ MP3 recorder. It's free. I sat this down between the two of us. There's a pool in the room right beside us. The recording quality was amazing. Your smartphone may already have many of the tools that you need. So don't rush to buy something when you can get something free and use tools you've already got. Rule number 4, you don't have what you think you've got to have, don't let the imperfect stop you. Your goal is to podcast, right? That's why you're here. So what if you don't have the perfect microphone? You've got a microphone. You can start with that. If you've got the very basics, you can get started. Don't let the imperfect stop you. Procrastination kills. I am a recovering perfectionist. I will wait until I have everything perfect. I'm also the mother of 4 children. Nothing is everything is perfect. Therefore, I could wait a very long time to do anything that I wanted to do, waiting for perfection, and I would get nothing ever done. And if you look at my house, you'll understand that I still feel that way. So I promise some techniques. Warm up your voice. This does not mean have a bottle of water beside you. You should hydrate at least an hour before you start and eat the apple. Hydrating earlier means your tissues now have the liquid in it, not your stomach. And you could slosh, and that would be really interesting to try to edit out in case your microphone picked it up. So hydrate well in advance and practice tongue twisters. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. When I worked with the speech and debate team, we would all 80 of us go into a classroom and we would say tongue twisters together. If you've been surrounded by 60 other kids and 10 other adults saying tongue twisters, you lose all of your inhibitions and you will say these things to yourself on a regular basis. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Unique, see, I still can't do it. Unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. Saying these things helps you exercise and be attentive to your voice. Does anybody here have a stand-up desk? I have a stand-up desk. My son got it, and he couldn't get it into his apartment because it was too big, so I got it. You get things in the weirdest ways. The universe brings you what you need. So I'm standing there, and I noticed that when I'm sitting on the bar stool, I'm hunched over, and I don't sound as good in my recordings. So let me recommend to you that you stand up. Hence my recommendation that you buy the boom, because otherwise you have to play the game of microphone gymnastics. One of my clients stands in front of his desk, and he has a stack of books. You know where this is going, right? And then he sets his little tripod microphone stand on the top. The top book is never big enough, so it's kind of cockeyed and sort of falling off, and you know that sometime in the next 4 minutes of recording, it's going to hit the floor. It always does. Just buy the boom. Get the equipment you need. Microphone, he tried doing this, and he talked right into it like this. And I actually had to call him back and say, it's useless. But the thing we spent an hour on, you have to toss it out. There are little microphone noises in here because you had the microphone in your hand and it didn't work. It was awful. You know what it's like to have to call somebody and say, you just spend an hour and a half working on something. It's useless. It was not pretty. Here's my 3 times advice. At the end of every one of my podcasts, I have announcements for my community. Usually there's 3 to 4 minutes of them, and they're pre-written. I know you're supposed to have evergreen content, but announcements must be made according to the sponsor. I write them out. And then I do this very simple task. I record the first one, and everything that I've written out, word for word, I'll find where I wrote badly for my voice. I used a set of 6 silly syllables, and I could not say it. So I had to edit it out. So I changed it. So do it again, and listen again. The second time, you'll make different mistakes, but you'll be smoother because you've cleared out the things that you had a hard time saying. The third time is a charm. In fact, it will be the best time when you do it. You might still have a bobble, but if you go to the 4th, it's amazingly consistent. Your brain will change the words on the paper, even though the words on the paper did not change, and you will say something entirely wrong. You'll start putting words in because your brain thinks, I've done this enough. I need to change it up. Now, stick with the third time. You don't have to be absolutely perfect, except for you're recording for your opening. That you want to be as good as you possibly can. Here's my 24 NPR rule. Okay, how many of you have listened to Alex Bloomberg's Gimlet productions, like Startup? Okay, have you ever seen Alex Bloomberg speak in real life? The man cannot say a sentence without in it. I was appalled. This guy sounds so incredibly smooth. But he also has $1.5 million behind him to pay for editing. You don't have that. If you do have it, could we talk?
Right.
I don't have it. I've got to edit them out. He's got a crew of people who are editing out every one of his ums. If you don't want to sound like NPR, don't listen to NPR for 24 hours before, because you've got in your head the sound of NPR, the wonderful way that they talk. If you don't want to talk like that, don't listen to them just for a little while. I'm not telling you to give up NPR. I still listen to it occasionally, just not before the day I'm going to record. If you like somebody who you want to emulate, except for John Lee Dumas, because John Lee Dumas cannot be emulated. Listen to them first. There may be somebody whose voice you really like, whose cadence you enjoy, and you want to produce in your own production, then you listen to them. Use them as models, but be unique. Stick with yourself. Now we have the Dave Jackson School of Podcasting.
You have your own slide.
I have my own slide.
These are 3 things that I learned from Dave Jackson's School of Podcasting with being a part of the Cleveland Podcast Meetup, which means this Tuesday night at 7 o'clock. You can find us on meetup.com. First one is the 10-second pause trick. I don't know how many times I don't do this and I kick myself. I talk, and then I babble. Oh, that's not what I wanted to say. I should stop for 10 seconds, because 10 seconds on Audacity is this long. I'm going to find it very quickly, visually looking at my file, not having to listen all the way through. So 10 seconds is a clue that I just screwed up, and I need to fix it. It's such a simple thing to do. The second thing, and I could not believe that I didn't think of this, build an audio template. Now, Dave has talked about how he puts things together. He just has the opening, he's got this, he's got that, he drops his text in, and then, or his recording it, and then the closing, and it's done. So smooth, so simple, so fast. I'm starting my 2nd season of my podcast next month, and I've actually decided I'm going to stop numbering my podcasts, because it was always in my opening. Now I won't have to record a separate opening every week. I have it all in one file. How long did it take me to figure that out? A year? This is sad. Dave tells the story about how he recorded and realized that his podcast had gone on too long and he had not covered what he wanted to. So he said, I know what I want to say. So he did it again. And he still didn't meet his time requirements. He finally wrote an outline. That helped him achieve his goal of getting done in the amount of time his podcast he wanted it to be. Outline first, then record. Don't record it and then try to fix it. Just make the outline first. Schoolpodcasting.com. I do not get a commission.
Yeah, set that up.
You may now.
Okay, does anybody else follow Jared Easley? Jared Easley is one of my heroes in my life. I listen to Starve the Doubts. Actually, I'm saving it again because I know I'm going on a trip and I want to listen to it while I'm traveling. He is one of the best interviewers I've ever heard. So when I went to Podcast Midwest back in May, I said to Jared Easley, how are you such a good interviewer? How did you learn to do that? He said, well, here's the trick. I ask people to write down my questions. Seriously? That's it? And this is not a newspaper report where somebody's trying to get you or somebody's trying to find out some secret that somebody else is trying to get hid. No, he wants them to shine. He wants them to bring them out the best they possibly can. So he asks people to give him questions that they can answer the best they possibly can. This is my 10-minute warm-up for an interview. I have people who are just crazy about being interviewed. They just can't think that they're going to be interviewed. It's just not possible that they could possibly be recorded. I just cannot possibly do it. Okay. I turn on the microphone 10 minutes before I tell them that I do. And I get them to talk about their family, their kids, their job, their pets, their hobbies, the state of the world, whatever they like to talk about. It gives them some confidence and some calm. They get over those first jitters, and they say, okay, let's go into this interview. And they're all right with it by then. They've gotten past the fears. It's such a simple thing. 10 minutes makes such a difference in an interview. Now, John Lee Dumas and Jared Easley both have a tactic. Their first questions are always the same. Jared Easley always asks, what's the best concert you've ever been to? And every single time I hear him ask that, I think about what my answer would be. It's always the same, because it's always been the best concert I've ever been to. But I'm thinking, and I'm getting relaxed, and they're talking, and they're getting relaxed. It's an excellent technique. This is rule 4.5. Join Toastmasters. Toastmasters is an international organization that promotes public speaking and leadership skills. If you communicate, you are perceived as a leader. Dave has been communicating for 10 years, and nobody questions his leadership in this field. The more you talk, the more you are perceived as somebody who knows what they're talking about, regardless of whether or not you are. You can consider any politician in there being an example of proof that not every rule is true. Some of us know what we're talking about, and some of us don't, but we talk anyway. If you are a leader, you have to be able to communicate. If you want to be a leader, you need to learn to communicate effectively. Toastmasters will help you do that. There are Toastmasters clubs across the country and around the world. You can find one almost certainly in your community within an easy drive. Memberships are usually about $100 a year. If you went to a college and took a speech class, you would pay approximately $1,200 at an Ohio university, state university, for the same class. And they pay parking and pay all those other fees. Toastmasters will do it for you in a year in $100, and you'll do far better than you'll ever do in a speech class at college. This is not a paid endorsement. Okay. Anybody got any questions? Yes, sir.
What's the best concert you've ever been to?
That was my question.
Okay. I actually have a tie. Blossom Music Center, Akron, 1984, Moody Blues. I was sitting on the hill, and there was a torrential downpour and a great lightning storm that rivaled what they were doing on the stage. It was a lot of fun. Or it could be Bruce Springsteen 1978, New Year's Eve. Awesome.
It's always Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, really.
I mean, like,
I know,
it's
but
always Springsteen.
who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? He puts on an amazing show. But this was before I think he had become the boss at that point. It was before he'd really gone big. And Cleveland was his home away from home. Every Friday night at 6 o'clock, everybody sang Born to Run. It's just what we did. And so it was just an amazing show. And I sat right beside a speaker, and my ears had never been the same. Any other questions?
When you gave Dave Jackson school of podcasting, you had the 10-second pause, you had build an audio template, and there was something else that I didn't get.
Outline first, then record. This is Dave Jackson right here. This is the man. Did you hear angels every time I said his voice?
Yeah, I did an episode.
No, I think I heard gremlins.
This one time I went back and I started just typing up my bullet points. This is after I'd recorded. Usually I listen to my show as I'm uploading it, because you should always listen to your show before you upload, because the time you don't is the time you have a 10-second blank spot in the middle of nowhere. And I was talking about how you should be unique, and there are things you could do. And I said, anybody can bake a cake. You know, like let's say apple pie or baked beans would even be better. Everybody says they make baked beans, but everybody has their own little mix of ingredients. And I was like, man, that's a great analogy. And I thought of that because I was typing up my notes. There's something about seeing it visually that makes your brain go a little higher. And I was like, and from that point forward, I was like, all right, I'm going to write my bullet points first. Because a lot of times really figuring out what the heck do I want to say, what's the golden nugget, I just always do that now. I write an outline first. Because anytime I don't, I go off script. I'm all over the place. I'm bouncing around like a ping pong ball. And then eventually I'll end up stopping and outlining it and re-recording it. So who's got that kind of time? So just outline it first. That's how I work at least.
So when you build an audio template, that's sort of how this podcast is going to go over and over. And then within that is an outline.
Yeah, so for me, it's I start off the show, I have a little intro music. At the end, I have a school bell that chimes, and then I have outro music. And if there are things in your show that you use in every episode, instead of going, okay, Audacity file, new project, wait, where did I put that file? Oh, wait, where's the they're just all there. And it's called Blank Podcast. I think it's the actual name of it. And so I open up Blank Podcast, and now I drag in the part where I recorded, or I record if you're going to record into the PC. I don't have to look for those files, they're already there. And then I just go save as and give it a new name. That's blank stays blank, and your new podcast has a new name. And it sounds weird, but it's like it saves you, I don't know what, 5-10 minutes, depending on how messed up your files are. If you don't have them organized, it can save you a lot of time.
Yes, it's very worth it. Well, Dave, would you like to draw a name from the hat? And if it's yours, you don't get it.
I don't get it. No? Okay. It is Dr. Gray.
Whoa! Dr.
The
Gray,
Feed Doctor.
I will give you a choice between a bell or a mint in package Star Trek Zachary Quinto as Spock, including the bonus USS Enterprise Bridge Part B1. Live long and prosper, or
go with Spock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't go on your desk.
Yeah.
All right.
And Dave, you want to draw for the bell?
Where'd you get the bell at?
Staples, Office Max, Office Depot, something. Yeah.
It is, where's the name?
On the other side.
On the other side? Sandra Gold Ford.
All right, you get a bell. Thank you all so much for coming to my presentation. If there's anything I can do to help you improve your podcast, I'm not a wizard, but I'm very willing to help you as much as you can. I have more apples if you want. Thank you so much for coming.
Do you know how to get in touch with you?
On the did you get the card?
Oh, like this?
Is it not on there?
No, I didn't even look at it. I see. I'm sure it's on.
No, you didn't put it on.
I didn't put it on there. This is what happens when you spend 5 hours making something. And you, no, I didn't. That was the problem.
Here's one that you can.
No, I've got plenty. She's looking for my business card. So.
Thank you. And you're in Cleveland.
I am actually south of Cleveland. I am in Canton. which is about
Just thinking, needless to say, last weekend.
Were you?
Yeah.
Oh, the same thing?
You know.
Yeah, I've been there, done that. No, actually, I used to live on the parade route. I can't stand the whole thing. All that meant to me was a week of I can't get out of my driveway.
Okay.
And people peeing in my
Yeah, there you
backyard.
Oh my.
It was
I
terrible.
didn't go, but my daughter and grandson went, but we camped there.
Oh, really?
In East Sparta.
Oh, that's a nice
And
place.
guess what? Steve Thomas stayed at the same camp.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
You know, you learn things in the honest way. My priest, who is a very good man, and he has a lovely wife and 3 lovely daughters, went to see Aerosmith. It's like,
Your priest?
my priest!
I was gonna say,
Priest don't go see Aerosmith.
two, and then.
But apparently when your wife likes it, you go. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very good. You already got one of those, I'm sure.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you actually pass out my.
And we're gonna beat you.
Okay, you pass out my email or my website as much as I do. Thank you so much for coming.
Open.
That work. Coffee has it takes time for coffee.
Kick in.
Like you take a 20-minute nap when you wake up, and like the coffee is able to like clear out all those receptors in your brain are cleaned out. Then the caffeine will fill in, and then you won't feel tired.
Yeah, that's the theory.
Yeah.
You've heard this one?
No, I think it's a whole lot of bull, but you know,
It's a theory.
there are many theories. I live with engineers and scientists. It's a theory. A whole lot of theories. So, you want some business cards? Potential clients? There you go.
Make sure I'm remember what points I would
Okay.
show. I'll even
I need to start listening to some podcasts.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like I have
I've heard of him.
watch a fun package.
You
So
know?
Saturday
it's
morning.
like little stuff I got.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that him?
It's just
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
His card says Nicholas. I'm like, who is Nicholas Super? Nicholas.
So like official. And I have
Formal.
to do kind of
You will.
Right.
How do people hear you like
I did
like that. That was good.
And he was asking, he put like Gregory Garrett's DSC or whatever it is. Yeah, and I was like, you're seriously gonna use Gregory?
I do get a lot of
Yeah, why not? I'm like, really? You're gonna use Gregory? You look at his business cards, it's Greg.
Yeah.
I do get some like
Nice job.
Thank you. My father could never spell Kimberly, so my name is actually Kim. Makes it simple.
So,
so
Yeah, 2 years ago.
and that's pitch drops.
Okay.
You want to keep your apple?
Actually, yeah.
Yes, I don't like green apples. I think they're nasty.
Okay.
The sourness.
When it comes to eating apples, I will only eat green apples.
Well, you want a couple bags? I've got a lot left.
Well, it dawned on me that I just got a crown and I'm not culture and doesn't require a lot of teeth.
Yes, yeah. It's not.
Yeah, exactly. I thought about that. I'm like, all right, I'll eat the Milky Way on the right side of my face.
Yeah.
Director,
It's fun. My new dentist is finding new ways.
Well, I don't have any.
I think it's actually really good in
mobile
terms of the whole numbing your face
So I
kind of.
have to do it through.
Where they come in and they swab you, there's nothing on your face, then they inject my face. So you don't feel required. So.
I haven't had that done since I was 24 out. I think it's just close to.
Closing things, yep, high fives and woo, all that air.
I heard this yesterday.
And the lovely drive home and then I
know.
Have a free time.
episode.
Yeah, that's where you can find us and so.
I'm not gonna release that, so it's like, well,
The Spreaker.
I'm not going to listen to this.
Thanks for your help with me. Since you were half to me.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thanks for the plug.
Thank you.
You,
Here.
you're the reason I'm successful.
Cool.
And I appreciate it a lot. And you should get the kudos.
I cannot believe how cheap gas is in Ohio. It's like 50 cents a gallon less than it is here.
Wow.
Wanted to know, right?
Talk to your,
I don't know. I mean, it's just overall everywhere.
you know, gas is 50 cents higher in Indiana than it is in Ohio. And and file the taxes.
It's probably, yeah, the same as it is here in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I have to use premium gas, and it's like $3 and whatever cents a gallon, you know, but up there, it was like $2.55 a gallon, and I'm like, oh.
I forgot to press start on my recorder.
To keep a record of this?
Yeah.
That
Oh, well,
happens.
it's
That
streamed.
happens. That's right, it's on here.
Yeah. They didn't come in and started at the beginning though.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
My, in Toastmasters, every time you speak, somebody can evaluate you and give you pointers on how you did and what you did well and what you need to improve.
Well, you know, I thought that your whole presentation had a sort of a pizzazz to it.
Well, thank you.
Uh-huh. There was a lady who presented yesterday morning who had the same sort of, you know, whatever. You know, she must be in Toastmasters too.
Who was that? Which one?
She did the one where she had us assessing social media.
Oh, okay. That was before I got here. I had to come late.
Okay.
Oh, I left my trash over there. Never a good thing to do.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for coming so much.
Holy crap, that scared me. All right.
Hey. Well, thank you. And,
Thank you.
Hopefully I'll be back next year.
Oh, that's the plan.
Yeah, well, some you guys doing it in August again. So.
That's what we're going to try for.
Yeah,
The only reason it was so late last year was because we got a late start in getting everything rolling.
Sometimes the summers get busy, so I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know, but.
Yeah, we're going to reach out to Point Park about the
it's
date.
nice to have an advance warning on
Okay,
those things
hang on.
too.
All right, thanks, George.
Good luck, and if there's anything during the year I can help, you have my email somewhere.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm good to just stop broadcasting on this computer in here. I'm in the small auditorium. Am I good to just stop broadcasting? So I'm good to just shut it down? Okay. All right, then I'm doing, okay.